True.
It's coming.
I feel as though soon enough we'll be commentating on a match between two AIs to see who's the better poker player.
Are we sure that that hybrid AIs aren't being tested in the main event field? Because I would think if you have a bot that you built, wouldn't you send it out here to see if it could take it down?
Who here has the most potential to be an AI bot? That's what I'm wondering.
This is a good question.
That Australian pro earlier we were talking about.
Oh, but Michael Adamo.
Yeah, dude. I mean, just his demeanor, I was like, man.
A sentient life form. Michael Adamo.
Yeah.
Plugged into the Matrix.
I mean, he was just sitting the way he sat there. I was like, man.
You were inspired, or what? Is that
Oh,
what
he keeps his hands under the table.
It looks so intimidating.
So you're used to like people shuffling, and
Yeah.
he doesn't move like. I mean, his eyes blink, but there's no other movement in his face.
Pan Gray in the chat says commentators will be replaced by AI for sure. That's for sure happening. We'll just like input all of Joey's podcasts he's ever done into AI, and then we just generate Joe Ingram commentary.
The commentator, perfect, yeah. It's actually might happen. Wow, that's a pretty interesting way to think about it. Well, they would have more access to data. Like, think if you're an AI commentator doing this table, you're going to have the bios of all these people inside of your head, so you'll be able to tell this guy's from Chicago, this guy's from Texas. You know what I mean?
You're already surrendering to the AI overlords.
I'm ready to. I might maybe ready to retire. You know.
The problem with you is that there's so much content out there that you've done that they would actually be able to build a Joey Ingram AI bot.
I'll be doing commentary for the next 1,000 years. Investigation, you know, in 20 years.
There'll still be Poker World scandals in 1,000 years. I mean, that's.
There's always some. I mean, you know.
No, there's
somebody might mark a card tonight. You never know. Let's keep our eyes open.
Somebody will hit and run their backers' money till the end of time.
I mean, who wants to pay the backer back, you know? They just take it.
Isn't it funny, Joey, all the years we've been in this industry, sometimes these sort of, I guess, controversies or whatever scandals, they just pop out of nothing. Like, right, there's like all of a sudden this big explosion.
Right.
Think of the Jack forehand. Out of nowhere, this takes the poker world by storm, and we can probably name plenty more examples where all of a sudden the entire poker world is sort of captured by this one big thing.
I mean, that's kind of what makes it great. People just pay attention to certain, I would call them controversies. Just certain events happen, or you have a guy like Martin who's figures out a catchphrase for the summer, and they go with it. 9 high like a boss brings back memories. I think Martin actually, real talented player, so he'll be around for a while. But
everybody loves the villain sometimes, though, you know.
Yeah, you need some interesting guys.
Exactly.
It's always fun when on Twitter when they hate on him.
No, I didn't think it was.
Yeah, Natalie's married to Felipe Ramos from Brazil.
That's why I asked, because it looks nice. I was curious.
She's been playing well today, too. I mean, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, she's been playing a very long time. I think she's from Germany. Pretty sure she used to be in the content space, and then her and Felipe got together, and they started traveling the world, living a good life, got married, had a family, and now they seem like they're going pretty strong.
Raised to 12.
We were talking earlier, saying the dinner time conversation might be about a lot of poker strategy. I always wonder how that is for couples where both sides play poker. My wife does not know the rules of poker, so I never have to talk about poker when I'm home.
How's it work for you, Mincy, when you're talking poker? Because you feel you got a lot of passion for the game.
Yeah, no, I still keep up with. I probably have 5 or 10 friends. We text hands a decent bit. I don't know. I until this last week, though, I only played like 5 or 6 tourneys this year, but still feel pretty good about it.
You just been working on your sports betting.
I've just been, we're just trying to stay gainfully employed, boys.
Yeah.
I mean, we've done a good job of it. We've had a good year this year. Things have calmed down.
Let's go.
Joey, a dating in poker, yes or no? Or is that asking for problems?
This isn't yeah.
I'm tying this into the Ramos love story.
Oh, I mean,
where they're making it happen. There's plenty of examples where it does work out.
I wouldn't say plenty, but there are examples definitely.
Liv and Igor.
I feel like it's hard to make work.
Kristen and Alex.
I would say it's tough, but I also wonder, like, do you wake up in the morning arguing about 3-betting ace queen to start your day? I just imagine that's just I don't know. It would be funny.
That's what the Foxens discuss for breakfast.
They're running sims all night, and they're reading the printouts like you and I read the newspaper. Phillips, by the way, taking a stab here with ace-9. Might just get this through here. Yeah, Ortiz still very short on 5.5K. It's gonna let it go.
And with the level so long in this, you're really never out of it. So just got to stay patient.
Yeah,
And
what's happening? No one asked.
you excited for tomorrow, Mincy? You're gonna be playing.
Yeah, I'm debating when I'm hopping in it.
Yeah.
I had a very rough couple first levels last year and didn't make
I
dinner.
feel like the thing about you is you're a deep stack menace. So don't you think you want to
Probably should get it
take
early.
advantage of? Obviously, you could mess it up and
No, I know.
do some crazy
I
with
feel
a
good.
8-3 or something like that.
I
But
feel like I've got like the online tourney background when it's like the 30 or 40 to 100 big blinds. I play pretty.
right, so
didn't
you
know
rather
all
just
your
maybe
secrets
start
with that hand
your
right
event
there.
once you're already
Miss
at
the
that stack
flop.
size.
Yeah, a
Bang
little
nothing,
before. I
hope
don't
they
know.
don't bluff you.
But I mean, but you just the thing with the main event, man.
You
You
know
can get a
that's gonna be
killer
on
table
stream,
draw,
right?
or you could be at a table draw full of amateurs. And
True.
what was that, like queen high? or
I'm excited to play though.
I wish.
Every 7 years I make a main run, so.
I had ace
I love when you make
Saved
a man.
yourself.
It's
I
pretty
did, I
fun.
did 11 and 18. This is 25. We're due.
Let's go. Are you selling action? Are you getting pieces? Up?
I don't.
Hour delay,
The
that's
one thing I'm
useless.
blessed with are wealthy backers.
I might be
Okay.
broken in an hour.
Say, I might need to-
find out like what somebody had an hour before I got broke.
Good to see Bartholdi back.
You're
Like you
really
said,
taking it
won the
Hell yeah.
the WPT. in
Yeah,
just-
the actual WPT championship,
Yeah.
the 25K buy-in.
Yeah,
Maybe
19
just
years
comment on all
ago.
the
Yep.
hands in the action.
No.
He still looks very young, so pretty impressive to play poker for 20 years and still. A lot of these guys actually still kind of look
Where
the
are you
same, and some of them wear the same outfits as well too. So it's a little bizarre. I've noticed this trend, especially in the poker room where I play at a lot. Everyone just wears the same outfit.
They don't know how much of a character
You know what's
are,
depressing?
'cause
The 25K
you're
he
hiding,
won
but
back
I've
in
been playing with
06,
you all day.
equivalent inflation-wise, that's 40K right now.
Uh,
Our money ain't worth nothing anymore.
I think that's a
Buy
compliment.
Bitcoin,
It
people.
is, yeah.
Get rid of your dollars.
The hell?
They're still
Not,
keeping
this
the main.
financial
at 10.
advice, not financial advice. Is that wow?
They're keeping the main. The main still, I guess the 10K is a cheaper buy-in than it used to be. you
Oh,
know?
it's way. I think someone in the chat did the math the other day. The main back in the 70s was like 80,000 equivalent to what it is today.
It's pretty incredible. Yeah. Do you think they're ever going to raise the buy-in to 15K or 20K?
Oh, man.
Inflation, I guess.
I just 10. You can get so many people in now though, and that's kind of.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of keeping it 10K.
I like the freeze out thing too.
Check.
God, that is really far away to see.
It is, right?
I feel like I need binoculars.
Yeah. It's crazy how big they made this table.
The reason the table is so big is so that we can get these nice camera angles. Doesn't look like everyone is sitting on each other's lap on some of
Why
the
did they
normal
make
size
this table
tables.
so big anyway?
Probably looks epic on more like epic on stream because they're just streaming like a poker. It's the setting for the poker scene. So probably the big angular corner table looks better.
Can you chop?
We have a sick view from here.
Bartholdi knows what's up.
I say he really gets it. Yeah. That was a good breakdown.
Bobby Baldwin sipping espresso.
Oh yeah, I noticed.
I have a question for you as a big PLO guy. Already, we see how big these PLO tourneys are getting.
Quick
Yeah.
interruption here, Mincy, because we got to talk about the man who pays the bills for Joe Ingram as well. Beat the best and crush the rest. Head on over to gtowizard.com/pokergo. Start out for free or save 10% on your first purchase. Get in the mix right now over on gtowizard.com. Joey, you're even
Love
wearing
those-
the hat. You're a
love those
company.
guys.
You're a company man.
Those guys got me so much better at 2-card PLO that I will owe them forever. So I'm very grateful. They've got me great coaches, and I've done 220K moves on the Wizard. So it's hard not to get better when you just do so many
The
hands.
table's
But yeah,
so big,
it's
you feel like you're under the gun.
So
can't
for-
say enough good things about
You're
those
like, I
people how they
better
treated me.
So for those who've never used the software,
Football
give a
field,
little
people
insight
out
into
there.
how you actually go about learning.
Tell you though,
I mean,
this
you
table
just, I
plays
usually
pretty
start like
fast
when I learn
compared to where I was
tournaments.
Playing that this afternoon there was.
I just start with the
Yeah, we got
there's
everybody
a
here
course
plays
on there,
pretty-
like a
pretty
fundamental
quick with
thing
the
that takes you
I
through
said that
each
earlier,
stage
yeah,
of
we're all
what a
gamblers,
tournament would be.
going
So
for
I
it.
basically just did pre-flop every situation, so you could set it up for individual situations. You could customize it for individual hands. So if you got trouble, like in tournaments, short stacks, I always study 10 big blind shove ranges because that's a spot you find yourself in pretty often. So it's good for just customizing
Need more change.
each spot that you're weak in. You know, I just play through every spot, and if I don't understand it, then I'll hone down on that. So there's kind of like a lot of content you can watch with it while you're training as well too. So it just gives you immediate feedback, which is nice because it lets you know right away where your problems are. So look at E-Dog. Look at that 2008.
Eric Lindgren has been around the
I was
block.
just practicing.
The
Love E-Dog.
08.
Used to love watching him play. Love watching him on the high stakes shows.
Lindgren for a long time was like, considered the best player without a bracelet. He got that box checked off. Was also, not as visible in poker for quite some time. Had his ups and downs in life, and now back, cashed the 50K this year, cashed the 25K PLO this year. Clearly found a way to
No, that's
get
gonna
back
some
towards the
views.
top, which is
That's how
commendable.
we turn it up.
Life's all about adversity. It's how you bounce back, baby.
Yeah, exactly.
Tight folds. Oh, sorry.
You know, in
small
poker,
blind.
you're really never out of it. Especially
Way
you
more
could always
exciting
get a
stuff going
backer
on.
for some events, or you find the way to run your
You're
roll
one
up. and
turn.
then-
You're always one tournament.
That's what I
away.
mean,
You're
right?
always
Like,
one
you
tournament
win-
away, no matter how bad it is.
Exactly.
You know?
Like,
Poker table.
there's always hope. Buy in once, win
Fucking pop
a
it.
500 buy-ins. There's always a chance.
I'm just kidding. Fold.
Joey, let's say,
You dumb joke.
just for hypothetical sake, you were broke.
That'd be
What's the
dominated.
smallest percentage you would play the main for if someone offered you a
Jeez.
stake?
It's all foam.
That's a sick
That
question.
sounds promising.
Because you don't want to be winning
Any one-
$10 million and then you got to hand off 9.5 million or whatever it is.
But the thing is,
With
if
some
you
W9, you would be handing off some W9
but
forms
if
with
you
that.
if you do that, then you basically get backed by anyone forever too. So there's a lot of like future GTO that comes out of that. So that might be smart. But yeah, I don't know. I probably wouldn't be playing the main event.
I'd say
You would just pass on the opportunity.
Yeah, I
I
probably
would say
wouldn't.
20% if I was
20,
dead broke.
yeah.
If I was dead broke.
A better question is how many people playing the main event
What flavor
are
do you think?
playing
Oh
for
my God.
that type of percentage. Or that type of
10%
deal.
or
I bet a
less?
lot. I mean, I would rather put somebody else in than put myself in right now.
Really?
So, yeah, just I mean, maybe that's not smart, but
You've been in the GTO Wizard lab. You're primed. You're ready.
yeah,
When have you ever been more ready?
never. Yeah,
There
true.
you go. Can't win if you don't play.
I got to ask about this Omaha thing real quick because I think the growing Omaha tournament thing. Look how big the 10K, 25K, 50K, 100K are. Could we ever have like a 10K PLO Omaha like World Series championship?
I mean, I've been trying to push that across for many years and make the more 10K PLO more of the main event of Potman Omaha, the great game. Treat the winner the same way you might treat a Hold'em winner, but maybe in the future, you never know. They're under new management now, or at least new ownership. So
you could do like a Omaha week where you just have all the
if I
big
pull up,
Omahas
get
like
to
in a
see what
row, and
everybody-
everybody just comes in. I don't know.
I
just
think
saying.
that'd be great. I mean, I'm all for that. I'm all for like hyping up PLO. I think Poker Row's done a great job with their tour. So
You
PLO
show if I
tourney's
fold?
grown. Ton.
yeah,
Do it quickly.
First super high rollable PLO. Jared Blesnick versus Isaac Haxton heads up.
folded well.
100K buy-in.
I know.
Pretty tight fold there from Kim, don't you think, Mitzi?
King 10 there.
Yeah, maybe Lindgren doesn't want to play a big pot against Lindgren, even though in position that's a pretty beautiful spot to potentially call a 3-bet.
I feel like you get to this like last level. We're toward that last level of the night thing now, and people want to tell their wives and friends they made day two. I
True.
feel like you see
Yeah,
a lot.
it's a
You
good
see a
point.
lot about you. There's a lot of pots for sale at the end of the night.
Yeah, so that could just be a function of he's trying to bag and he wants to put a photo in the group chat, in the Harvard group chat, and make it to day two. I think that makes sense. Probably smart as well, right? I mean, seems
There's
like
a lot
pretty
of
good idea.
there's life equity in being alive in the main.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I still can't believe, Joey, you're not 100% set on playing the main. I'm sad.
I'll-
I'm saddened by this.
I'll play the the WPT main. I'll play that, or most likely, but that's like the main I play each year. I like that main event personally. I try to play like one big main event a year and then play cash games the rest of the year.
Well, this is the biggest one, so
Did you play any of the did you follow the PLO tourneys at all?
No, not really.
I mean, the games are great in summer.
I feel like it's easy to get addicted to tournaments during the summer, and then your life, you got to wake up at 11 a.m. So it just depends on what kind of life you want to have. Like, do you want to wake up at 11 a.m. or do you want to wake up at 4 p.m.? So you can't really do both, and a lot of the good cash games will go all night if you do like private games. So
well, we got King 4 deuce,
big
2
flop.
hearts, Lindgren flopping a flush draw, Reardon flopping top pair, Spencer with the aces.
let's see if Lindgren plays this fast. Maybe tries to build a little bigger pot.
Spencer just went 4K to 5,400, kind of bigger bet. Bigger calls.
Would not be surprised to see Reardon just toss this one here. But instead he's going to come along.
Especially with how deep they are right now. Kind of want to see a safe turn card for all these players.
Obviously, we don't have much as far as reads go. These guys have potentially been playing for about 6 hours with each other at the table. So quite a bit going on here. And Spencer's going to fire again with aces. 10,200 into 17,000.
What do you do if you're Lindgren? You do, let me see. If you got a flush draw, small blind, got the big blind behind you.
I'm probably full. Yeah, I just the fact that your pair is probably not live. I'll probably fold between there. Just because you don't have over. If you had an over, it'd feel differently.
So looks like Reardon is even thinking about folding.
And again, this probably has to do with some reads that have built up.
What was the
Spencer
river?
might have been on the tighter side. This might be the first time he's
Good point.
fired 2 barrels all day.
Richard's
True.
calling it
Yeah,
out.
I mean,
He's
you could kind of see Reardon when he
Must be one hell of
reacted.
an American.
He wasn't very comfortable. He's like, oh, I can't believe I'm folding this hand. You kind of see some body language from him there. So maybe you're right. They've been playing together for a while. We saw them out there on the table earlier. They kind of showed them, so they may have been playing all day. And yeah, you develop certain reads on who's tight or who's loose. And
Do they do the commentary live on this thing? Are they commentating now, or
No,
are they on delay
because they
also?
mess up so often. They go back and do it over.
So they're on delay also.
They are on delay.
They're
Yeah, they don't call it real time.
They don't see the video.
No,
real
not
time. Does it
same
need
time that
delay?
people watch at home.
Really?
Yeah. Really? Yeah, of course.
Oh, yeah.
You got to
It
do
would
it.
make sense. I mean, there should be a delay, or else you.
Blesnik would be right way more if he was on a delay. I love
he's quite the superstar, Mr. Jared
Yeah.
Blesnik, this summer, huh?
He's getting lots of praise.
Yeah.
Some people putting him in the same realm as Mr. Nick Schulman.
Uh-oh, yeah. I mean,
It
is warm.
I do love Jake.
I feel like we always need some fresh blood, kind of giving different thoughts and commentary world, and especially at those higher stakes levels, and you need a unique insight, and only a few people have that unique insight to those worlds, so they're going to be able to bring pretty fun opinions. So it's good to hear kind of what they think about sometimes as well, and that's what I like about WSOP is you get to bring all these people in here and get to hear from people and different opinions, and
I don't know.
Tuckman and can't remember.
We need to get a mic hidden in that room so we can hear what people have, what they're saying.
Yeah, but it's on a 1 hour delay, so it doesn't really help them all that much.
Used to be 30. Yeah, it's a 1 hour now. Huh?
So for full disclosure here, we started today on the broadcast with a 3 hour delay, and that allows us to cut out the entire dinner break, which is why Mincy and I were scarfing on some food while play was going on because we didn't have any breaks. And the other breaks as well, we cut those out as well, and now we are down to about an hour delay. Also, for those wondering, we are commentating on the action as you see it, so we're seeing it for the first time the same way you are, which allows us to have these whole cards on screen, obviously.
Bartholdi was kind of saying the quiet part out loud with his idea to bug the
Right.
the live stream room. That was people usually talk about that off the stream. They don't say that on the stream.
Right, but the funny thing is that he's an hour ahead of us. So whatever we say now has no relevance to what is actually happening in real time.
He ruined his idea. Yeah.
Info.
You want to look like an idiot. Bet into ace or king.
Nice hand.
I wonder, Joey, from all your years, also playing on stream and talking to people who play on stream, how much
Play a lot better
of
cards.
the play of players changes between playing on camera versus off camera, as far as maybe they don't want to be seen bluffing, or maybe they're scared to make a mistake.
Yeah, I know a lot of people worry about that. A lot of people that, especially if people don't really know how they play, then they don't want to go on stream and typically it's because they're a crazy player and they don't want to show people how much they're bluffing, or maybe they have a tight image, or people don't know that they're that crazy, and then sometimes you go on stream and you see a player play one session and you're like, okay, I'm never going to fold that person again in certain spots. And so I think it definitely affects people's play. And I think a lot of the loose players, they know how to play tight. Alan Keating, he knows how to be a tight player, and a lot of these people know how to manipulate their image on stream. So what about you, Mincy? Are you playing different when you're on stream, or are you just like...
I mean, I think it is.
Run and gun it.
It is a little different. I think it's a little harder to pull the trigger on big bluffs on stream, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But then you want. But then there's always the temptation to do it because everybody sees it.
Well, that's what makes it so impressive with these high rollers, like that one, that Peters bluff. I think it was
Oh, that
Seth
ace-jack.
Davies bluff. I
The
mean,
Peters one, that ace
the
of spade, when he naked ace that trips on the 250K bubble. That was pretty.
it's like these guys they're cold-blooded, and they're willing to pull the trigger in like the biggest pots, the biggest spots, the huge final tables. So it makes that really impressive.
He's had all the aces.
Nothing before stream matters. Right?
But yeah, remember, was it last year or the year before that guy tried to bluff Tom Dwan because he was going for a clip?
800.
So I mean, it's kind of like it kind of could cause some people, like you said, to maybe go the opposite. Like it kind of could want to bluff more because
I've had to add like a whole 10 to 20% like bluffing range just because my bar's still
But it
thick.
made things a
People
little
wanna show
easier.
me
No,
bluffs
it's
just
the
'cause the
5 of
bar's tall.
diamonds.
so you
So like when I'm like breaking down hands, like, oh, there's no way he's bluffed. There's always a 10 or 20% shot that somebody just wants to throw it in my face.
seriously,
So I've
okay.
literally had to like, in hands, like when I'm reading the river, I'm like, oh crap, there's a 10% higher chance they're
It's
bluffing
very mild.
because of that.
I
It's
see.
it's really a thing.
the Mincy solver logic. I like this. Okay,
'Cause
but you can tell who knows you though. So you see when people
yeah,
are
but
recognizing
people
you.
want to though.
Yeah.
You have to establish first who at the table knows who you are.
Can I get a iced coffee?
I got a bucket of ice.
Yeah, it'd be funny if they just didn't tell you they know you, and then they bluff you and show it in
I'll
your
get
face.
some waters.
I feel like every time I like don't play and then come out
iced
to the
coffee
West
with
Coast, I
cream
get
sugar
shown a
sounds
couple
good.
bluffs just immediately because people are always firing out here versus the South. People
get
are
a
just
few
bluffing
waters,
so
please?
much more.
Wait, are you saying people in the South are more honest?
Order 2 iced coffees.
I feel like it's people in the
I'll take an
South
iced coffee
play
too,
play
please.
hands face up.
Oh,
a little
okay,
more,
perfect.
Maybe is how I would put it.
I think a couple of waters.
Yeah,
It's,
Mincy's looking ready to go right now. He's locked in. He's
I'm
leaned in.
excited, man. I don't
He's
get to
fired
do-
up. I'm
yeah.
feeling the fire
Yeah, I just don't get to
coming out of
play
him
it.
now.
It's like when you
I
only
know, I'm
play
loving
like
this.
8 or 10 tourneys a year, you treasure it more.
I
you
know. True. Let's go.
It's like a treat.
Excited.
Yeah.
Bartholdi and Lindgren probably know each other from way back in the day.
Let me know.
Yeah, I'm trying to be calm and accepting about it, and then when it happens, just genuinely be curious about the experience. I'm probably gonna scream and cry out like a little, but
That's what we all do.
I probably won't be able to pull it off, but I'm gonna try.
Actually got a live TV feed right there behind the check.
Oh, okay. He's blocking.
Yeah, Suha in this chat says, yes, Joey Ingram, yesterday we saw an example of when someone tried to bluff Rigby. Rigby would be the last guy I'd want to maybe bluff, but I'm sure people want to show him bluffs all the time.
People are probably trying to bluff that 3-2 off on him. Try to
Actually, that's probably a good thing. You probably want your opponent to be trying to bluff you with real bad hands sometimes. So it's like the Doyle Brunson 10 deuce effect.
The adjustment from a player like Reardon, who plays, all our high rollers in the PokerGo studio, to playing this event has to be enormous. And at what point do you have to perhaps let go a little bit of the things that work well against top competition versus, quote unquote, keeping it simple in this kind of field?
Yeah, I mean, I think the best players are very good at being opponent specific in terms of how they're going to think about the hand, meaning that if he's playing against a guy like Spencer who might be a little bit tighter, he gets check raised here. He's going to have a lot of experience in adjusting on the fly. Each hand is kind of an individual hand. So I think a lot of the best players are able to do that. But in the main event, you're right. That's what Phil Hellmuth used to always talk about, was that he could do really well against amateurs because he could read them better versus professionals. Maybe he wasn't as good versus them. So, we've heard that the opposite way as well, where people have a hard time adjusting too. So I guess that's, yeah. What about you, Mincy? Are you
I like playing fish, man. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I like playing the amateurs.
I like you're straightforward, buddy.
That
I
is true.
appreciate it. You're like, I don't want. I'm not trying to be in the studio battling the people that are check raising me with the bottom pair and the backdoor flush draw. I just want.
I like when I feel like I'm the top 2 or 3 player at the table.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm
Amen.
gonna be honest.
You prepare all year round to play against the recreational players.
Yeah, I play the regional mains. I play a lot of 1500s. Everything I play, I think I got an edge, and the main's my 110. Big one.
Yeah, like you said earlier, the table draw is so important.
Oh, it's everything. in
I
the
heard you
main.
talking about that. I'm like, yeah, it really, because you never know. If you end up at a spot with a bunch of wizards, then
You got to tie. If you I'll get at tables, and I'm pretty honest about it. Like usually I'm in the top half of the table, but I've been at a couple main tables where I'm like, man, I'm like the 7th or 8th plus player at the table. Just knit it up, baby. There's another table coming, and then a lot of these guys, even if they're better, they're going to play aggro and still give you chips and make hands.
John Reardon from Palm Beach, Florida, 2 bracelets, married with 2 children, $4.7 million in earnings. This man knows a thing or two about poker.
how's he been doing in the studio?
I feel like Reardon is a very consistent performer. Above all else, also plays a lot of the games. 2 final tables at our most recent PLO series. Multiple final tables during the U.S. Poker Open as well. Just consistent casher,
Posted it down there.
raking in the results.
And he's a mixed game player as well.
I believe he plays all the games, but it's
Okay.
mostly probably no limit and PLO focused. The one thing I find interesting about Reardon is that he's got $4.7 million in career earnings. His largest score is still only $210K because he plays all those small fields. Does have a long list of final tables in those, mid-tier buy-in events. 10Ks, 25Ks.
Yeah, I want definitely.
Yeah, I'm scouting for next year's 25K fantasy team, so I'm looking for consistent cashers with high upside who can make deep runs and have a mixed game in their arsenal. So
Said you're doing pretty good at it this year, huh? The 25K.
Oh yeah, I did a very deep investigation research into my team, and I feel like I picked a team that could win the 25K the ODB fantasy, which is like 800 teams. So now after Gordo is going to take this down, we're going to be top 30. So we got a real shot. You never know. One team,
How many teams you said?
800 teams. Yeah, it's a pretty fun competition. It's fun because you get to go online every day and sweat your team and see if Sean Deeb. He's like my heavy hitter, so that guy is the cashing machine, and he can always go deep and win any event. So it's a lot of fun to follow. Like Ben Lamb, I picked up Ben Lamb this year is on a comeback year. He's been out of the game for a while, but now he's starting his new casino, so he's got to be out there promoting his company. Of course, the guy's going to be winning events. You know what I mean? So that's kind of it's the research process.
Ben Lamb's something, man.
He's a beast, dude.
Quick reminder here to check out the 2nd season of the award-winning PokerStars Big Game, which is now available on the PokerStars YouTube channel with new episodes dropping every Friday. High-stakes cash action filmed at the NABT Las Vegas in 2024, highlighted, of course, by the Loose Cannon, who goes up against Jennifer Tilly, Sam Grafton, Andre Akari, Griffin Benger, and soccer star Gerard Piqué. Go check it out. Back to 25K Fantasy and ODB specifically. I'm not sure who's behind this team, but Team Sorry is currently in 1st, and his other Team Sorry is in 2nd. So that being said, if the same person who put in multiple teams clearly is going to clean up like this.
Yeah, it might be Patrick Leonard, but whoever that is, I want to follow them around for the next year to learn what they learn, because that's a pretty impressive thing to do.
Well, they have Victor Blom and Philip Sternheimer on their team, so
Sorry.
there you go.
14.
Of of course, that sweat is far from over. Not only the main event, but also plenty of post limbs still happening at the WSOP.
Yeah, the problem is there's really only like 1 or 2 mixed game events left, and the rest are a little smaller buy and hold'ems, and then a couple higher stakes hold'ems. So there's not many opportunities to really get those big scores for players who are in the actual competition.
Yeah. 80K up top in ODB Fantasy, which is pretty wild. Close to $500,000 in the prize pool. That thing has gotten
crazy.
out of control. I do think that the payouts should be far more top heavy. He's paying 87 places like it's a regular tournament, 10%. Should just pay 5%, in my opinion.
Such a gross way to lose.
Be a good
Queen of
club. I
clubs.
just have to pay you 100 for a golf.
Well, maybe I'll have a better opinion after I win it this year, and wish it was more top heavy. So
How close
stay
are you to
tuned.
the top?
After I got a sweat right now. Mike Gordinsky's three-handed in the mixed game event. So if he wins, it's 126 points. And
He was sticking it to those courier pigeons. You don't need any messengers.
Get you the carrier pigeon. Very nice.
it's like Kessler. Is that who's in the background there? Oh, just one person just watching.
Yeah, live poker, unless it's the final table, not the easiest watch sometimes. And West here, folding his jacks. Fijoni
Nice
with
laydown.
kings, winning a far less than he was hoped for, I guess.
Well, it feels like we really haven't seen too many 3-bets and 4-bets, so people are going to be 4-betting you. And kind of play a little bit tighter, especially like you said, Mincy. During the end of the day, maybe people are even tightening up a bit more.
Yeah, I
Kinda
mean,
getting a little more.
I mean, I
loose.
feel like you
I
can,
know
you know,
yours,
sometimes there's some
but
pots
maybe
for sale
his
there
is-
at the end of the night.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And he's
You're at the
got,
right
he's
table,
got
you
to
can
say, I
tell
got
that.
you.
You can see the tables are loosening up a bit now. People
No,
are
I got
talking.
it,
They're
I
showing
got
some
it,
emotion.
sorry, I got it.
They're
I
having a
think
little
it was-
conversation.
I have it, yeah.
Thank you.
Only got what, about an hour and a half left, I think it is.
Yeah, the final level of the night, I believe.
Yeah, people kind of get a little bit loose. Final level of the night. Have a drink.
Thank you.
Ortiz down to 3,600, just waiting for something, anything. A fun story I always remember, Martin Stashko, 2011, made the money with one big blind and then ran it up to finish second to P.S. Hines.
Wow.
So don't give up if you're in the main.
I try to tell myself that every time if I'm really short stack is that you really, it doesn't matter if you get short stack in these tournaments because anything's possible. Just got to run well and pray to God. Yeah, Ramos kind of defending the big blind versus
Oh, 3-bet the
3-bet. Oh, wow.
The 7 high.
she might be kind of going after Phillips here, thinking he might play a little bit tighter, like you said, into the night.
It's opening
Nice.
10-5, so it's pretty good read.
Yeah, nice hand.
Yeah.
Nice 3-bet. It's like the big blind strategies, these deeper stacks, you can do some mixing with a lot of hands, so you can 3-bet, you can call. But you very rarely are folding, especially when the ante is in there. So 4-7, maybe against a over-aggressive player, nice to mix it in, especially if you got a little tighter image.
People probably don't 3-bet the big one quite enough.
Mm-hmm.
Looks pretty strong. You know, people are always 3-betting small blind, but I don't feel like you see it as much. I think.
Yeah, most people, I think, should just call a lot more often than 3-bet, whereas, like a more wizardy strategy would be just 3-bet more often with some random hands, just because you have so much fold equity because the ranges are a lot tighter late position. So, like you said, sometimes a guy might open with 10-5 and just an automatic fold. So,
Joey, how has your two-card game evolved in the last couple of years as you've been studying a lot more? What sort of things in your game changed the most?
learning how to overbet for sure, because in Pot Limit Omaha you cannot overbet. So it took me a long time of betting over the pot to finally start to understand the spots where you should overbet, why you should overbet, how to think about overbetting. So I'd say that was like the biggest shock for me, and then learn how to do that. But yeah, and just in tournaments, just learning pre-flop, I think is, you start to realize how much suited hands matter a lot more, and and just those little equities, how much they can make a difference. And ICM especially, ICM is like the most fascinating thing ever. So,
By now.
so yeah, just say having an
Gotta
understanding of
tackle
how to
that
actually bet and play and how to mix
It's the
your
only move I
hands
got.
together.
Yeah, I know. You got to get healthy.
That's a good one.
You need somebody to call and win. That's what you need.
Exactly. That hasn't happened.
Taraji says, do you think that most tables play this tight, or is it just the main TV table? I mean, day one of the main event, late in the day, you're kind of looking to get in the bag. So I'm not
I think
surprised
most
to
tables
see.
are like this.
Yeah, I'm not that surprised to see a little bit tighter play myself. Oh my God!
Yeah, that's
Wow.
No, not like this.
Second time aces for Spencer in one orbit.
How much
Favali all in for 10,500, and he's about to find out some real bad news.
What a dream spot.
Right there.
You've seen Kim
10-5.
playing a bit tighter. He made a couple of folds earlier. I think this is a spot
I don't
where
know what I'm supposed to do.
he might even
I'll
fold a
just
hand like
fold
ace
then.
queen here.
Well,
Yeah, I think so.
I was reading
I mean, he open shoved 10.5 at 600. So it's a
Oh,
big,
Yeah, and Spencer
Good
just
call. I
cold
didn't wanna
calls pretty
overcall.
quickly without much
Fair
thought. So I'm going to put him on a pretty strong hand.
Called. You might want to get out.
All right, Favali hasn't shown his cards
boys.
yet, but he's going to have to turn him face up.
He's got a suited
What a
connector here
laydown.
or
Just
something with a bit of equity
5 and
against the
8,
Just
aces.
3 hearts. Don't give him
You're more of
4.
an American than Hulk Hogan.
King 10 suited.
Good time.
All right. Hopefully there's only
Volley
4
looking for
aces
hearts.
in the deck right now.
Some kind of
There's
straight
only 4,
perhaps?
right? They didn't accidentally put
Spencer
5 or 6.
with the ace of hearts as well, and we see queen 4 deuce.
Okay,
Hardly,
something.
hardly any options though. They have to come runner.
Double back door, maybe you can't be greedy in these spots.
some kind of face card at the turn.
Yeah,
And that'll
GG.
do it. 7 of spades on the turn. Vivali eliminated
Good
Spencer
luck, guys.
with aces, taking it down. He now up to
Nice
68,900,
playing
and
with you.
Eric Lindgren gracious
Good luck, guys.
with the handshake. And
Bye.
friends for life. You play a whole day in the main, and you build relationships with these
100%.
people
Yeah.
so quickly.
People always
3
love
times,
telling
huh?
stories like that when they played with this person in the main event.
Got
And
folded one of them.
like you said, they stay in touch. They follow each other on social media.
Never know who you're going to meet at a poker table, man.
I mean,
Cash,
the-
I'm sure you
Did you
see
ever
it
watch the
cash.
WBC
Oh, yeah.
back in the day?
I've been doing these events at the Venetian and
Never
just
seen
meeting
Mike
the most
Sexton?
interesting
You ever
people
heard
that
that
are
guy?
showing up and playing. They're from
He
all
used to
sorts
say-
of
he
walks
used
of
to say,
life, and
Vance, he's got fireworks going off in his head. And,
it's pretty fun, right? Actually,
just like him, dude.
it's like the best part of
He's
poker,
got the
live
twigs
poker.
and branches, just waiting for the sucker to fall in.
laying a trap there, Vance.
That's fine. They're impersonating the Vince and Mike Sexton.
That is a very good impersonation.
Little
I only know
tribute.
because he used to beat me on the golf course for so much money. Eric, I won't shoot 90 today. I will not shoot 90. Well, you shot 80, Mike. Good job.
Yeah, Mike Sexton has very legendary stories.
Walks are okay, bro.
In his book, he's done it on some shows as well too.
Only Kobe.
Used to be a big golfer, big gambler, big prop better. I think he was gambling anything though.
Not today, he says.
A lot of sports betting.
Yeah, one of my favorite memories when I still used to do my own podcast. I asked Mike if I could do a show with him, and it was my one-on-one interview show, the Remco Report, and sorry, Heads Up with Remco. And Mike said, "Yeah, of course, sure, you come to my house." And I
thought that
spent a couple
motivated
hours
you.
at Mike's house. He showed me around, showed me like his
Fireworks in my
trophies,
head.
showed me everything. And then to think that I believe only 4 or 5 years after that he passed away is
I'm
just
dead last on our fantasy.
so incredibly
Sounds
sad.
like
But
you
at
did on
least
this
I got to
Junior.
do that interview with him where he shared a lot of old school stories, which is really cool.
Sure.
But yeah, there will never be anyone like Mike again in the future. Truly one of a kind personality, and I believe you can still find that podcast out there somewhere. All right, here's our Rags to Riches promo in conjunction with True Classic Tees. We are trying to send someone to Las Vegas to play in our signature end-of-year event. 15 players will get a shot at a 5K package to compete in that event. Go to trueclassictees.com/TCPokerGo or scan a QR code on your screen to enter. That is trueclassictees.com/TCPokerGo. Tell your story and take a shot.
I feel like we should have done a Where's Waldo, like trying to spot people out in the crowd there.
Yeah, actually, that is a fun
I
game.
saw Calvin Anderson, so shout out to Calvin.
Yeah, Vanessa Selps out there
33.
today.
Vanessa Selps, the legend, love Vanessa Selps. Listen, I can't get me enough of Vanessa
33.
Selps. I love Vanessa Selps. I miss her.
Probably the highest percentage of 5 bets in level 1 of a poker tournament.
She got a classic. I wonder if she's still 5-betting. 5-betting
Has to.
has to be.
You
Hard,
don't- you
hard
don't-
habit to lose.
You don't unlearn that style.
Love Vanessa Selbst.
Back in those days, I really think it was Vanessa Selbst and Jason Mercer. Those were the two just crushing people. As we see Kim here getting active after a very prolonged quiet period.
Yeah, Spencer has been playing. We haven't really seen him get too out of line, so you might think he can take this pot away. Maybe Kim's playing a little bit face up and might be confident in his post-flop ability. I think a lot of people might fold ace deuce here. Pretty interesting board for Spencer with the double back door. Some people might check raise here. Spencer 1-0 just folds.
Are you going to show us now?
Nice hand.
Huh? Not going
Don't
to show us?
Don't show. Don't show.
Why would
Don't
you
show?
not?
Come on, kid, show it. Show it.
Because if this, I already know what you have. This guy needs help. Don't give him the help.
Something tells me that Kim is associated with Harvard. What do you think, Remco?
I think he might be the AI that we talked about.
You think
He's
he's the
hiding,
AI out of
hiding
Harvard?
in many ways. It's a Harvard science project.
I do like. That's a cool jacket, and I like that jacket.
I find it intimidating to see someone at your table with a Harvard hat. You're like, oh man, this guy went to Harvard.
I would 3-bet him just a few times just to kind of see where he's at with things.
Wouldn't it be way better for your sort of perceived skills
not-
to wear a hat that has your high school on it or something?
That's actually a really good question, right? I mean, is there some sort of metagame going on with the
dress up?
Yeah, with the dress up. I mean, you know, some people are definitely considering that. Mincy, are you wearing are you disguising when you're playing? You know,
I'm going. I was telling them, they were joking. He goes, somebody was wearing a shirt with their face on it today, and I was like, that's coming tomorrow, boys.
Do you have multiple outfits for the future days of the main?
I mean, I've got a few, you know.
Because Marcel Lusk would bring one suit for each day of the main.
I'm not going that far, but I've got a few.
I could see you being the rich billionaire dressed up in the tux, the coming out with your hair like that. I could see you pulling that off.
Yeah, I like the looking sharp. You know, the looking sharp at the poker table is a move.
Yeah,
I like
agree.
it.
Yeah, good. It's good for charity events. Good for certain events. You don't want to be, dressing up in a fancy suit and tie for just any event. So
tell that to Tony Dunst, who's
Tony
been,
Dunst. Yeah, I mean,
he stepped away from the suits at the poker table, I believe.
Yeah,
a little more comfortable these days.
I'm really impressed by guys like Vogelsang who just have been wearing the same hoodie for 10 years. It's just I don't know how they do it, but I just feel like I'd get bored with the same, you know what I mean, the same combination outfit every day.
It's like a camera per person.
Eats, lives, sleeps, and breathes poker. Just ain't worried about going to the store, you know. I don't know.
Yeah, I got a real concern about wearing that same. I mean, it's the same hoodie too. I don't know, is no one worried about him or something?
Bartholdi with ace-8 suited, as I mentioned earlier, winner of the World Poker Tour Championship back in '06, going way back. Bartholomew with pocket tens is just going to call on the button here. More often than not, we just want to go and call this in position versus an early position raise with pocket tens.
You could probably do some 3-betting, do some calling. Can't go wrong either way. Pretty deep stack. Maybe it's nice to just try to flop a set. Maybe try to see a safe flop. Not try to bloat the pot in position, especially against a good player or somebody that you might think is one of the better players in the table.
Ace Queen 4, 2 diamonds. Bartholdi is going to continue and just take it down right here on the spot.
Does he still play a lot?
Still the 600.
Bartholdi? I feel like I hadn't seen his name in a while. Is he still?
He's got some cashes here and there, but I don't think he's ever been a big volume guy, judging by his results as we pan back over to our horse.
Oh my God! Oh, look at that river! Wow!
Wow!
Not like this.
Phillips flopping a set of fives. Peterson with trips on the turn.
What is? Oh my God! You can't. Come
on!
He pays it off. Hard to fold a full house.
Wow, and Peterson
Ay.
chipping up some more.
He's
Can't believe
talking
that.
to himself. He's not.
How could this be? How could I run this bad? How big of a pot would I have won if the river didn't pair the board and give the ace the boat?
Dramatic run out there. And Peterson, after that double up earlier with the straight versus trips, now closing back in on starting stack. It's a game of survival.
5 on the flop. I don't know. 3 on the small. Ace 5.
Yeah, a lot of people in the chat are asking about the new poker, the gambling, the tax change, but I'm pretty sure that they're introducing a new bill that'll get that change back.
Good. There was a big push. You know, I saw.
Yeah, I mean they already put it out there. Actually, she already announced it today. She's going to do it on Monday. So I'm pretty sure when a story goes that viral and there really is no other argument on the side to keep it, then that will get changed pretty quickly. And it kind of like motivated all the gamblers and everyone. Even it kind of unites the gambling company and the player in a weird way, which is very rare in gambling to get anyone to agree on anything because all these people hate each other. So. I mean, maybe it ends up being a positive thing, and maybe there ends up being new sort of rules for how gambling's treated in general on a federal level. But it's another topic for another time. But I saw some people in the chat asking about that.
I rarely do it, but I sent a personal text to the state senator from Mississippi. It's a family friend about it, giving him a heads up about it.
I mean, it's kind of like discouraging that it takes poker gambling taxes for us to become united, despite all the other stuff that's going on that should get some heartfelt consideration for us to also talk to our local representatives, and I'll leave it at that.
No, fair enough. But everybody, when you come for the wallets, it always gets people.
I mean, we've all seen that
Everyone-
that bill that's being passed. That's also hurting the wallets in various.
A lot of people,
ways.
yeah. I mean, everyone has their own self-interest in a lot of these things, so everyone's going to have their own opinion, and they got to find the right people to lobby or advocate on their behalf. So,
But yeah, that
should be interesting to follow.
I think it's a Nevada senator who's trying to pass this thing.
We'll see. I mean, obviously, it's a big deal for tournament players and a big deal for anybody that's gambling. So,
Yeah, it's a big, like you said, it's a big deal for the operators and stuff too. Though.
Yeah.
Not just the players.
So Phillips getting a little bit out of line here with Queen 6. Does have, I call it proximity blocker with the 6, but.
Proximity blocker, I love that. I've never heard that, but I absolutely love that.
You love my PLO terms I have.
Proximity blocker.
You gotta have.
It's in the ball game.
Exactly.
Of the board.
You gotta have
That's
proximity blockers. So you're blocking the proximity. It's like a GoldenEye reference. I mean,
that's a great one. It's like it's in the vicinity of the board.
because you block overbet. Look at this overbet from Phillips. Kind of polarized here. Now Natalie might actually think about calling here because she's got a pretty nice hand to call a polarized bet size with. He's basically representing a 5 or better here, at least trips. So hand like 5-6. She's kind of using that blocker with the 6 and.
The proximity blocker. That's a good. What a term.
Yeah. Now 4-6 also gets there, so one more combo to worry about. But we have seen him kind of tilted a little bit after that hand. He's talking to himself, so Natalie might look through his soul and make the hero call. I don't want her looking at. That's scary.
I know.
Really,
She's
yeah.
I feel like she's staring through me.
I think she'd figure out if I was bluffing.
Wow, look at that. She's reaching. Be a really impressive call to make here with ace high.
Yeah, I think that bet size is.
It's the nuts or nothing.
Yeah, it might not. Might need to bet a little bigger here.
He did pot it though, pretty much.
Yeah.
I'd love to see her make this call. She's thinking she wants to do it. She's got chips.
I think
too.
she's calling. Yeah. I think she's gonna figure this out. She beats 8-9, 9-10, 6-8. He can play it in the big blind, so he's gonna have a little wider range. And he might bet smaller with a strong hand, trying to get called more often. Especially when her range looks so weak. It does look like ace high as she played check back flop, call turn.
No, she
Nice
got
call.
it.
Well
what
done.
a call.
Calls with ace king. Natalie Ramos
Nice call.
putting on
What a
quite
play.
the show here on day one of the main event. She's been in control at this table ever since arriving here. Very nice call. Call of the day.
Phillips is not. He's not happy.
Down to 19K.
Just that five's full, and then that. It's a tough scene. Sounds like you might have some complaints with the Antisocial Dads Club. He's wearing that shirt. It's pretty funny.
If you're enjoying the coverage on YouTube, please don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. I'm joined by Joe Ingram and Mincy in the booth. Some proximity poker talents.
Proximity, yeah. It's just in PLO, I created this whole other language to identify hands, and blockers are such an important thing. Everyone's got their own opinion in Hold'em about that term, but problem with the proximity is sometimes you end up doing what Phillips did, where you end up talking to yourself and questioning if you made the right play or not.
Well, I think a lot of these quote-unquote newer terms come from PLO, like blockers and backdoor outs, things like that weren't necessarily used in Hold'em at all in the past.
Correct. Yeah, they weren't very relevant until I'd say until the past bunch of years. More people talk about it, but even now it's not as big of a thing at Hold'em. But I think most of the good players are starting to put the pieces together about. Bless you.
I feel like backdoor draws are more important, and small pocket pairs are on their way out.
I think that's fair.
Interesting take.
Well, the small pocket pairs, early in the main, great because you're going, everybody's so deep and they'll raise us so small. But
3 players.
let's see what we got here. Got to cheer for my guy Paddock rocking the Barstool hot dog hoodie. Ooh, big flop here for Schmitz. Big flop.
Bet 1,500.
Pretty small bet from Schmidt. So Paddock, gut shot, straight draw. Might think about calling. Prefer to have at least one spade to go with it for some backup outs, but just going to lay it down. Nice fold.
I also won the water. That's my time. Ferris is coming in.
Yeah, like we were saying, I feel like people aren't. Well, I mean, other than Ramos, who obviously just made a hero call, but people maybe not the same level of fight for the pots at the end. Right?
All right, still going strong here just after midnight on day 1C. Quick reminder here that if you want to beat the best and crush the rest, you better head on over to gtowizard.com/pokergo. Start out for free and save 10% on your first order on gtowizard.com/pokergo. The room is emptying out slowly here as we are approaching the final hours of the main event on day 1C. And back to the action here. Holloway. Chad Holloway.
Oh, wow.
Chad Holloway joining us
Wait,
on the
where'd
feature
Chad
table.
Holloway come from?
103K.
What the hell? Let's go.
Wow. Okay.
Lock in, buddy. Let's go.
Against Bartholdi on 10-9-6-3 diamonds.
This could be a big pot right here if Bartholdi decides to check raise. I doubt it. Most likely just check calling, but well, I guess not. It's all 3 diamonds. I'm kind of catching up on the hand.
He
Nice
just
hand.
called.
Yeah, I'm catching. Okay, 3 diamonds. Let's go.
There's Chad.
Look at that shirt. What the hell?
Chad's looking lean too, man. He's been
He
grinding.
moved to Wisconsin. He was living in Vegas for a long time. Then he went back home to Wisconsin. So
And this is the PokerStar stream,
seems like he's
assuming. I mean, Joe Stapleton and whoever else he got roped into doing the dirty work.
Chad Holloway, WSV bracelet winner, Poker News PR and media manager. Also host of the Poker News podcast, which once upon a time I was frequently featured on, along with Donnie Peters, who is also in the field today. Good seeing Chad on the stream.
Absolutely. At a fun table here with Chad Lindgren. And
You know what's funny? Chad probably among the most comfortable in this setting, given how long he's been around the game, which is pretty funny as Berthiomi finds pocket kings. King 5 for Reardon. He's just going to peel to see the flop, but ace jack jack not too appealing. This gets checked down rather quickly here. And nothing here from Berthiomi.
What does he have? I can't see that far.
Tiger Kings.
I admire Berthomy's commitment to that shoulder, the hand on the shoulder and the one finger tap. It tells you a lot about a player when you see him do that, don't you think?
I mean, I didn't really think of it.
Shades of Tom Dwan.
Anytime I see a guy with a fanny pack in front or the hand on the shoulder the entire time, or they're sitting like reared in where they have the hand, kind of lets you know right away that they're, well, I think the fanny pack's a different story altogether, but the hand on the shoulder, that tells me that they're going to be 3-betting and playing a bit more aggressive. So now a fanny pack tells me they got a lot of rebuys in the fanny pack, so they're definitely going to be punting. And the...
Well, what I want to know, what's your preferred check motion?
I got to randomize my check motion depending on how I'm feeling, especially with the drunker I get. As the later in the night these cash game sessions get, then I'll
You
just
booze pretty heavy. Like
I'm actually working on becoming the best drinker / poker player at 4 a.m. right now. So I'm training to play my A game for all those hours leading up to that.
I would love to see some content of that. Just like
Sure.
I'm trying to be the best
at drinking wine. I mean, JRB is a big inspiration for me in that department. So I've been seeing him drink those bottles of wine for years.
Don't they? Wasn't it Dole Brunson who said it doesn't matter how good your A game is, it matters if you still have a B game once you're 48 hours into the session.
Facts. Can't argue with that.
Like if everyone is well rested,
Right.
and fresh, obviously that's a level playing field. But how do you perform after 6 tequilas?
True.
What's the longest session you ever played? I bet you played some monsters.
Yeah, like 33. I think 33 was my longest online, and then 24 hours was a pretty normal thing to play a lot. Even now, I would play that long, but it's just easy to get really addicted. And
If you're
once
in the
you start,
game, if you're in a good game too.
yeah, and then once you're like, it's just so easy, and then you want to do it every single day for the next
All right,
3
Eric,
months.
why day
So-
1C? Why not 1A, 1B, 1D?
I kept busting tournaments on.
Here with Maury Solano from El Paso. You told me you've been coming out to the main event for about 15 years now. What first inspired you to come take your shot?
Well, when I was in the Army, I had a supervisor that got me into poker. And he used to take our money all the time. And he was stationed here in Vegas, and I met him in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and I just started coming over to play. And I enjoy it every year.
We're going to have to send you back here shortly, but quickly I want to ask to all those at home that want to be in your position playing this event, what makes it special?
Oh my goodness! I mean, well, the buying. I mean, 10K is quite a bit, and then also the fact that there's no re-entries. There's, nothing like it. I mean, you could be Elon Musk, and he can't buy his way into the championship. So
what a reference!
And the fact that it's a slow structure. I mean, I love that too, because you have a lot of time to play. So that's what makes it special, I think.
All right, we'll send you back. Well said. Thank you for your time and for your service. Happy 4th.
Thank you, Natalie Bodie. For
I
the
love
update.
those interviews.
Great. That was phenomenal.
I love that.
Dude, you try to buy the cover of it, but you can't buy the World Series made, baby.
I was just gonna say, if Elon busted the main, he would for sure change the rules.
900 episodes. Eric was kind enough to do a little congratulations in that episode.
Oh, nice.
We actually published, I think, episode 904 today. But I've been with Poker News since 2010. So
no
we did a lot of articles, live reporting.
Oh, good.
Chad's looking the part today.
I'm feeling some swag from
Those
Chad.
those shades are killer.
I'm feeling kind of some swag out of Chad. He's looking pretty confident.
So far
I
removed
think,
from
yeah,
poker
he
for,
plays a lot of
the last
poker,
5
has a lot of
years.
deep runs as well under his belt. Been playing for a long time, very comfortable player.
Any podcasts or who's playing? Just week off, right? Yeah.
I mean, speaking of,
like to come once, once a year.
players with a good level of play while inebriated, Chad Holloway probably high on the list enjoys
That's all I got.
a glass of whiskey every now and then. Maybe you and him need to do a drunk heads-up match or something.
Well, actually, he is the person I see the most at the charity poker events, the
Right.
CSOP. So, and you really can't play those unless you're drinking. So it makes it a lot more fun. So he is actually that kind of player. You're right.
West
That'd be a fun idea.
West and Ramos both flopping a king. Ramos for the first time today, potentially in a bit of trouble, even though there is still an escape available for her.
Yeah, she got top pair. It looks like she got a gut shot. We don't know the pre-flop action, but could have just been open in a call. She might have just flatted king 7 on the button.
3,800.
She might have gotten bailed out by this diamond on the turn. Might chase her.
Yeah, I think with the gut shot, 2-pair draw, top pair, West could be betting a hand like ace, queen, offsuit. Some other aces too. Yeah, we didn't get to see the pre-flop action here, so we don't know if this went 3-bet call, because I don't know if West would always 4-bet this pre-flop if he did get 3-bet.
It feels like it looks like, judging by the pot size, it might have been a 3-bet pot.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if it went 3-bet call out of position and then. But I don't think Natalie would be taking this long if it went like that. Maybe it went bet the flop at the turn. But she's got good instincts because she's taken a very serious consideration on laying this down. Kind of see her face change.
Yeah.
Nice fold.
Wow. Natalie Ramos.
Wow.
She's got what it takes, guys. I mean, this
Yeah,
is
great
very
fold.
impressive. Hand after hand, she continues to play extremely well.
I have also a king.
Don't show. Come on.
You can't.
Come
never
on.
give reinforcement.
Not to the left. Come on.
But you just can't give the like. We've been talking about Donnie Peters folded kings against aces first level.
Yep.
But like, the guy showed him aces. Now he's got confidence the whole rest of the day. You can't show him that. You know.
You feel like this is your thing, right?
Thank you. By the way, if you haven't already, please sign up to playpokergo.com. Next free roll coming up in just 19 minutes. Every hour on the half hour. Free roll on playpokergo.com. Just a little entertainment while you watch. Might as well get in the mix. iOS, Android, or through the desktop.
Yeah, still 10K people watching at midnight. Shout out to everybody watching out there. We're live, Las Vegas. Remco, Mincy, Joey Ingram in the booth.
9 a.m. in Europe already.
9 a.m. in Europe already. Wow. If you're watching and you just woke up, if you're in Europe watching this, please let us know in the chat, because we.
Who's pulled an all-nighter? That's what I want to know.
This is the time to do it.
You gonna go play some PLO after this?
I kind of want to
Who
play. Yeah.
understands this woman?
Just watch her
Falls
play,
with
yeah.
ace
Yeah.
high, then falls top pair. Just woman, you know?
Female intuition.
Yeah.
Apostle seems like she's a
Who
ringer.
can understand them?
She's got a Team Pro patch on as well, so.
She's had a lot of chips the whole.
Yeah. Ortiz was waiting for a spot, and
Oh.
he finally gets 7 deuce of diamonds.
Ortiz drawing inspiration from Faraz Jaka.
Big blind, pretty much all in. I mean, we kind of saw him blind down. He had 6 big blinds there. He was frustrated, and I
You
mean,
can still think about it.
At least he's live, guys. At least he's live. 7 deuce versus ace 10. And he's even saying it. I've been waiting all day.
not like this.
That's a nice and stupid.
You can't believe it.
I'm gonna flop the straight.
Ortiz still.
Gonna flop it straight, he said.
He's optimistic, Mincy.
He's not that big a, you know.
At least
he's 36%.
He's in
I mean,
good
I've seen more
spirits.
shape.
He is in good spirits. That's good to see.
Yeah, 36, not bad.
Ace, queen, deuce. No hearts for Ortiz either. Looking for a spade or club, 7 or deuce.
Oh, well, let's go.
Trips for Ortiz.
Yeah. No heart, no ace.
He might survive.
Oh! No.
What a way to go.
GG.
Come on.
I would just. I played 12 hours of poker. Just get it in with that 7 deuce.
Back to the feature here, and a set for Tormus and Bartholdi with ace queen, and he decides to give up after a river raise from Thormus. Bartholomew getting out of the way. Mincy, every single time we pan back to the other table, I feel like we'd be just at the tail end of a massive pot.
Yeah. I think you're right. That was a big one. He bet 16K on the river. That was made it 40.
Did you pull the king or 10 hearts?
I don't remember what I had.
Yeah, me neither.
There you go. Don't tell him. Thank you.
Big game on tour.
Dun-dun-dun.
Watch it on the PokerStars YouTube channel. Scan the QR code on your stream, on your screen every Saturday. New episodes. Going back through the chat here, finding those all-nighters. 3 a.m. in Ohio checking in. Joe Holmes still watching. Got plenty of people on the East Coast still in the mix. Got some daytimers in Australia. They, of course, living in a different day all the time.
Late night poker is the best. I know I'm preaching to the choir with the guy on my left, but poker's meant to be.
Gentlemen, I believe in a little thing called
Late at night, agree.
Which means
The chat. Sorry about the comment. Sorry about the chat there, guys. We got a little out of line
to
with our
maximize your PEV. You've got to wait. So
our
I'll be
reaction
back.
there.
I'm sure I'm going to miss a hand or two. I don't know how it works, but I have to pee. Thanks for sharing. PEV.
You got this.
Turn the mic off.
He gave his speech and then he went to the bathroom. Is that normal?
I think you should just like
You guys want to speed it up so we can
run as soon as you get dealt a hand on a button. Full out of turn once.
It's hard to make it through a full 2-hour level, though.
Let's see if he can miss his big blind.
Dan Ishorn.
We got
Dan
India in the
Ishorn.
house as well, watching all through the night.
Pearl
Appreciate you all.
Jammer, huh?
Phoenix P says all-nighter here.
There you go. How's he doing over there?
Hopefully a lot of people, if you're in the U.S., hopefully tomorrow's a pretty big day off. I mean, it's Saturday, but
Yeah,
just
it's
this
in
fourth.
there.
Hopefully people are not having to work.
It's funny working in poker for as long as I have.
Don't you have to deal him in?
I have no concept
sorry,
of
excuse
a
me.
weekend or a weekday. Like
I'll stay in my lane.
it's just completely lost on me. Or even like the 9 to 5 routine. I have friends that work a regular
Counting job. Yeah.
whether from home or from the office. Sometimes I'm like, you guys want to hang out, and they're like, it's 10 a.m. on a Monday, and I'm like, yeah, but I just worked Saturday and Sunday.
I didn't know today was 4th of July, so that was where like,
you slept all day.
Like I was sleeping. I was like, "What's that noise?" And then I woke, and it was just fireworks on the strip. And I'm like, "What is going on out there?" So
Yeah, you're thinking like, man, I had a good session last night, but fireworks is a little much maybe.
yeah, right. I mean, it's easy to lose your identity sometimes during these poker summers. If you're here.
We got a 4-bet alert here.
Yeah, I was
Reardon with King 8, Clark
I was all
pumping it up with King 10, and then
How do you turn this thing off?
Bartholomew with Jacks making it 10K, and look at that, getting it done.
Whatever. You have anything you want to say?
It's feeling pretty patriotic at that Marquee Day Club today.
Yeah, I heard you mention earlier how patriotic you were feeling with all the beautiful ladies there.
Yeah,
so
there were a lot of bikinis, U.S.
Yeah?
bikinis out today. It was,
Oh, yeah?
It was something.
Make some friends, or what happened?
Time I was kind of chilling.
Get some
I knew
instant-
I had this tonight, so I was on good behavior.
You weren't going 7 whiskeys deep, or
We were
Okay.
on the chill behavior today.
You got a
So it
date
was
plan?
fun.
You got something planned after this, or what?
I'm gonna get some sleep for the main, but I got some stuff next few days.
Maybe
I
we
want to
should,
go hiking one day. I want to do Red Rock or Mount Charleston.
maybe we should do like a drunk stream commentary behind the paywall one day. That'd be fun.
Yeah, that would be fun. I've seen that. That's a big thing now in sports. Like a show that people do is like a whiskey and wine after a big football game where they just get blasted and just
Right.
go nuts about stuff. I could see that working for poker.
I mean, I'm in for anything like that. Sounds great.
Oh, you've been training for this.
Yeah, I really have been. Yeah, I mean, listen, you don't understand these games. At 3 a.m., they get so crazy. They'll end up being all these straddles, everybody's drinking. And then the people that drink, they really pressure you to drink more, which I don't know if is a good or bad thing. But you just kind of have to go with it unless you play in these games where you're not going to be allowed in the game. You know what I mean? It's like, unless you play a public game, then a public game, not everybody's really doing that. But if you're in private games, there's a certain expectation from people that, especially if you're known to be a player who can competently play.
Yeah.
You
You got to give action. Yeah, you can't
exactly.
come take the game. Yeah.
If you go there and play the chart and drink your coffee and grind on your iPad, then
Call. Heads up.
Do you call those people out when they're in the game?
no, not really. I mean, it is what it is. At this point, what are you going to do? You know, they just come every day, so you can't really say much to them. If it's a private game, then it's a different kind of story. But if it's a public game, then I'm not really that judgmental about it.
Check.
Anticlimactic hand.
Thank you. Button is right.
Mincy, I feel as though Apostle has been cruising around the 150K mark without winning a single big pot.
Yeah, I think the hands. She seemed like she's been pretty aggressive when I've seen her. She's picking up probably the dead pots a lot.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
She's
King of
been
diamonds.
steady. It's just been steady, chipping up 120 to 157.
King of diamonds.
Bill Jackson says the commentary is like they are 21 and drinking for the first time. We still got that youthful spirit here in the booth.
We're trying to keep it positive here, buddy. You know, you got to keep that energy high in Las Vegas on a Saturday night. So.
I think it's Friday, but
Friday, is it Friday? I didn't know.
No, it's 12:20.
Really?
It's 12:20.
Oh, okay.
We're past the midnight hour.
For some reason, I thought today was Saturday. So.
Joey, you're also getting called out for what kind of American are you, not knowing that it's the 4th of July. Johnny giving you
Oh
some,
yeah, I mean, I just I wasn't planning to do anything for it, so I was planning to sleep for today. But I'm still celebrating. Come on.
I mean, poker is as much a celebration about America.
This is the main event.
As
yeah.
anything. It's
Exactly.
the most American thing out there. As we look over at GTO Wizard, beat the best and crush the rest. Go to gtowizard.com/PokerGo to save 10% on your first purchase. If you want to up your game, you might as well do it with GTO Wizard. It is the best way to improve your poker game. And Joey Ingram is an example of that. He's been working on the 2-card game quite a bit.
Yeah,
a couple hours a day in the
I've
lab.
been doing at least. Well, I did for probably like the last 2 years straight. I try to do something every day. But I got a few different things I use, and Wizard's one of my main ones I use. So it's pretty very helpful.
3 of the most known players at the table involved now. This could get interesting.
Yeah,
here.
2 clubs out there. Chad's hoping for clubs.
I don't know if he is. Ooh, good flop.
Good flop for Chad.
King 5 deuce, 2 diamonds. Chad Holloway really connecting with this thing. He's got to seize control here right away. These diamonds out there. $4,800 in the middle. Let's see what he comes with. 3 deep stacks, by the way. Right in the short stack in this hand with 91K. Chad comes with 2,700. Lindgren comes along with the wheel draw here.
What would you call this? Is this I guess gutter's kind of proximity, huh?
Yeah, it could be something like that. I mean, this hand's kind of interesting because pick up an ace and bluff some other cards as well too. You have the 4 with the block, which could be a blocker in the end, a proximity blocker. So you have a future proximity blocker. Maybe is one way I might think about it.
Queen of Hearts on the turn. Holloway now top 2. Flush draw does not come in.
Pretty great card for Chad to bet big. Hope your opponent has a king. Hope your opponent has a flush draw.
Sizing, seemingly the name of the game. A lot more talk about sizing these days.
Nice bet, nice hand.
Chad betting 7,000 and he gets it done. Looking comfortable.
Chad trying to get over 112K in the bag here.
What do you think about that shirt, Mincy, with that Ric Flair, the classic Ric Flair with the
bladed
with the blood?
Feels
What
like
are
it.
your thoughts
Yeah,
on that
just
shirt?
this level. To be the man, you got to beat the man.
They high carded at our table, and I got the ace of spades. So here I am.
It's impressive that Ric Flair is still out. Like, he posts on Instagram every day or something. It seems
a
like that
cover
guy is
story. I
grinding.
think you might have paid someone to get up here.
Oh, no, I was in seat 7 too, and now I got moved into seat 7.
Shout out to Russell,
didn't want me here.
one of our
Ducky,
OG moderators
Tim
in the
Duckworth,
chat,
who Poker Go,
saying
and
that Joey had a great time
advised
at
me
your
about the
meetup last weekend at the Venetian. Highly recommend it for anyone in Vegas next time you have
Appreciate it.
one.
Yeah, Russell's the man. Thanks for coming. Thanks for supporting. He was out here for I did a couple
My
PLO.
medium
I think he came for
breakfast
the
game, but
2-card PLO game, and
I just sell
it was fun.
90% of
Thanks for
myself
coming,
to
Russell. It was great chatting with you and getting to meet you.
That's what you call hold'em, the 2-card pillow game? Or
Yeah,
is it-
exactly.
Okay.
You're supposed to sell 110% of yourself. That's the.
I'm learning
trick.
the
You learning the lingo? Okay.
2-card.
Now, are we allowed to use our phones away from the table or not?
I think so, yeah. You just want you to step away.
7-4 offsuit in the chat is saying, what? I thought they were being
Has it been an
sarcastic
hour
talking about proximity blockers. Is that a real thing?
An hour and a half. Yeah.
I think
Yes,
Joe
it
Joe
is.
Ingram is making it a real
No,
thing.
I mean, it really is a real thing. Future blockers, proximity blockers. What are you talking about? Reverse blockers. Do you know that one?
Well, isn't that just an unblocker?
Good. I mean, something like that. I think I would call them a little differently, but
Sadly, there isn't.
reverse blockers a little more elegant when you got back to reverse
I went
blockers.
for a
and-
thin bet, but
Yeah, you played it well.
it's the main event. You gotta expect to get. I mean, I need you to have king queen exactly. I have ace queen, so it's gonna
Yeah.
suck.
Rearing with the gut shot. Pretty
Queen
easy
jack right there.
call, I would imagine here,
Straight out there.
especially in position 1 straight.
I hated the jack, but I just felt you did good.
1,682 players
I didn't
on
feel
day
it out. I
1C.
didn't feel it out.
Fantastic turnout yet again. Tomorrow I'm expecting to see every single chair and table filled
I think
in
neither one of us feels fully
both
happy,
Horseshoe
but,
and
like,
Paris.
It's probably
Day 1D
probably
always the
like,
largest
okay,
of
all
all.
around.
Neutral, yeah.
Yeah.
The hand was rough for both of us in a way.
Yeah, most Americans probably not want to be playing on the 4th of July.
Right, but
You wanna-
then you want to party on the 4th and then come into the main on day 1D a little bit hungover?
Oh my God, look at this board, Remco. But yeah.
Wow. Ramos and Fagioni head to head here. Ace 9 and Ace King. Ramos flopping 2 pair. How do we
going-
ensure the final 10K ends up in the middle here? Do we just stick it in here, Joey?
I mean, she's looking like she wants to fold. We didn't really get to see the pre-flop action, but if you're getting 3-bet on the flop, it looks like, oh my God.
Wow.
Oh my God, what happened?
Where it went so right for her, hero calling with Ace King high, so wrong it goes with 2 pair. And it's all about perceived strength, right? Fagioni thinks that he has a really strong hand, which makes Ramos think that he has an even
Johnny
stronger
probably
hand.
thinks he had the best hand. I mean, he's pretty sure he had the best,
Yeah, look,
his
it looked like
mind, he had the best hand.
it looked like that when raise under the gun, call in the big blind, check call flop, check or check raise flop, and then she got 3-bet on the flop. So if you have Ace 9 there, your opponent 3-bets you. What are they representing?
At the World
Aces.
Series of Poker, it's not just a game,
Jack.
it's war. Gear up at the Poker Go Shop. Look sharp, play sharper. On site at the WSOP and online at shop.pokergo.com.
What was that?
I'm convinced that the only reason that ad was made is because Tim Duckworth wanted to be in the show. There he is, sitting in the stands, repping the USA, Mr. Australia.
Are we going to talk about those shorts and
I mean, there's
at
so
all, or
there's so
we're
much
not?
going
Are
on
we
here.
gonna-
It's
are
hard
we-
to even.
Are we going to move past the commish, pulling out? I mean, thank you, commish, for wearing that great outfit.
I mean, you've seen his outfits. He
I
always
know. I mean,
pulls it off.
yeah.
The other day, he showed up in a full blue jeans, jean jacket, the whole thing.
He's like if Jungle Man had better style, a little better style. Jungle Man has a few good ones, but I feel like the commish is always bringing a pretty nice outfit.
Jungle Man, part of the Hellmuth entrance.
Are we going to talk? Are we going to not talk
No,
about that
we should
too,
not
or
talk
what?
about that.
Okay, because
No,
I
it's-
mean, I
it
got
was
a lot of
absolutely
opinions
awful.
about that.
It was awful. It was probably one of his worst ever.
You see him smash the guitar on the?
No,
he
he
littered
should've-
on the street.
He
Did you see
should have
that?
smashed it like during his
at
walk
the
up.
at the walk, and then maybe would have hit somebody with that the shrapnel.
I mean,
or
come
something
on.
Like that. Do you see that, Mincy?
I had the highway to help you.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought the name was funny, but I guess it went downhill.
He should have at least, done something rock starish during his walkout.
Like I gotta watch the whole walkout. I just saw him smash the guitar on the street, so I haven't really seen the full walkout.
Well, you know what the funniest part was, right? When he said, "Jungle, play something for us," and then Jungle Man awkwardly
didn't
playing
wanna
on the
share.
acoustic guitar. Really, really funny
I know what
moment.
the commentators
Did he
are gonna
actually-
say. You bet too big.
Yeah, I did that.
Did he actually
No, it
play the
worked out
guitar
fine.
there?
No, he does know how to play the guitar.
Oh. No one was playing the guitar then.
Well, he was
It was
like-
a fake
He
guitar.
was strumming.
It was like-
He was strumming the guitar, but he was not playing the guitar because he doesn't know how to play the guitar.
You should have had somebody come and play the guitar then.
I mean, if you're gonna go all out like he does, like you gotta have some guitar playing.
Yeah,
Seriously.
like get Slash on the phone. Like he knows everyone. Get someone to actually play the guitar on the walkout.
Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah. I thought he knows all the famous guitar players too.
You play any instruments, Joey?
No. How about you?
I tried playing the guitar, but I didn't have the patience for it.
Mincy, you seem like a piano player.
I would like to learn that.
Yeah, you strike me as a piano player. for some reason.
Mincy strikes me more as a singer.
He definitely looks like he can sing.
I've done some karaoke.
Yeah.
I go to karaoke bars. And I'll sing and stuff. I do.
Oh, okay. This is a good moment in time. It's like 12:30, Las Vegas. It's Friday night. I just want to know from everyone. I want to know from everyone.
Wait, we're okay. Hold on. Perfect.
There we go. I want to know from everyone, what's your go-to karaoke song? In the chat, let me know. Go-to karaoke song. I have one. I'll go first. It's a Smash Mouth All-Star.
Oh, okay. I like that.
I've done my share of Don't Stop Believing. I can also do a little Eminem rap battle, 8 Mile.
I was gonna blast them off 9.
What do you got, Mincy?
Well, I like that. I'm a big Talking Heads guy, so I'll do like Burning Down the House or like Life During Wartime.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I've been known to throw those out there. I had a Bob Seger Night Moves duet.
That is one of my favorite songs.
I did a Bob Seger Night Moves duet with this
Night Moves
girl a
is-
few months ago that we brought the house down.
I have this thing, and this goes way back, having come to Las Vegas for so many years. There is something about driving down the Strip in the middle of the night with the windows down, having whatever certain song playing. Night Moves is one of those songs. The hot air blowing through the car. You just played however long of a session. You're driving back home.
Love that.
Isn't that
Amen.
you can feel that? You
I feel that vibe.
Amen. Wow.
I feel
Let's
like
go.
I could see his night thing, just Night Moves theme for
Right.
Joe Ingram running around Vegas. Him just pulling a bluff in PLO, the Night Moves.
Another song that's great for that is Paradise by the Dashboard Light.
Okay.
You're painting a phenomenal picture, right, Remco? It was
But you feel that. You know that
Yeah.
feeling.
I
The hot
feel
air,
it.
the hot Vegas air at 4:47 in the morning.
Mm-hmm. Driving home after the all-night session.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
What's your go-to karaoke, Joey? Put you
I
on the
don't.
spot.
I don't really karaoke, so I don't have a go-to karaoke song.
Well, there
but
must be.
I need one.
There must be a song that you know front to back.
Hand movement.
Yeah, I don't know what I would sing.
I would like to see you do a Party in the USA.
Party in the USA.
Shout out Miley.
Hand movement.
Shout out to Miley. I would do Party in the USA.
I always have to.
Hard not to know that song.
I have to do the Barstool halftime Super Bowl stream show every year. So I always do a different karaoke thing, but I do it as a theme on what town it's in.
Right.
And so the Vegas one, I did Elvis, Suspicious Minds, and the Last Conversation.
Yep.
And the NOLA one this year, I did Dr. John, Right Place, Wrong Time.
You play the main event every year?
Looking at the chat here, Russell is going to go with Careless Whisper by George Michael.
Ooh, good one. I like the Freedom. George Michael is a good one too.
Ramon is going with Reasons, Earth, Wind, and Fire. We got some songs here. Fields of Gold. Wow. Quick little look here at the upcoming main event streaming schedule. More poker than you can handle. let me tell you. Tomorrow is our final day where we start a little bit later at 7 p.m. and then from day 2 onwards, we're going 3:30 for day 2, and then starting on day 3 on July 8th, we're doing full day coverage on day 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, and then the final table taking place on the 15th and the 16th. So, yeah, if you have a life, you better say goodbye to it because you will be watching poker for the next, couple 100 hours or so.
I feel like whenever the first few days, I'm kind of like a little checked out on normally, and then when it's like day 5, I'm like, oh. Then I'm
glued to the
glued.
screen.
I'm like, dang, who's it gonna be? You know, it's just so fun. Especially the chip stacks just get so massive.
Oh, beautiful.
It's like this guy's got 13 million chips, and it's so fun to see. And you always have a few familiar faces that make that deep run that you can kind of sweat or you can get invested in, and it's pretty fun. I'm excited to see that. I can't wait. Hopefully Mincy. Hopefully.
Yeah, I want to be around the next week.
Let's do a prayer circle right now.
Yeah.
And let's envision that you're walking out. 10 million check in your hand. Everyone at Barstool is calling you the poker god, and
I mean, you never know. I feel
That's
like
what I'm
I can make
saying,
a
bro.
run. I mean, I don't know if I
feel
can win. I don't know if I can win the damn thing, but I think I can make a big run.
I think you can win it. You got my support. If you go top 100, if you're still in top 100, I'm gonna get a 25-person rail that'll be there, and anytime you win a hand,
let's go.
Wearing Mincy t-shirts.
Wearing Mincy t-shirts.
Oh, yeah, we're the King of the South shirts.
I'm gonna need a budget for this, but
we'll send you the shirts.
And every time that you win a hand, they all scream, "Burning down the house!"
yeah.
I do feel like, Mincy, I'm going to give you this tip right now. I'm sure you have headphones to bring in tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
When you walk into the Horseshoe tomorrow, I want you to put on Phil Collins In the Air Tonight.
Okay, I do love that.
Just to get into the right mind space.
That I always loved listening to that. That would always come on before high school football games on Friday nights. It was just, they'd always play that In the Air Tonight before it.
To-do.
Yeah,
that the little drum thing? Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah.
All right, poker's being played. Chad Holloway.
Chad Holloway.
Catching an ace
Turning
on the
the
turn.
ace.
Can we raise and still get value on the river? Do we call and try to see how the river develops? What's sort of the approach here?
I think you're calling. I just don't, I don't. If you raise, I don't see what's worse. I mean, unless they're calling with some combo draw, you're not gonna get called worse. So just let them, bluff catch a little bit.
All right, so Chad makes the call. River card, 4 of clubs. Check mark there for Holloway in position. Great spot for him.
Yeah, Clark. Like middle pair is a little weird to bluff with here.
Yeah, I mean, he could block here, but I think normal is just a check and maybe check call sometimes. The 10's pretty bad card because you're blocking some of the bluffs that Chad could have, like Queen 10 and King 10. But Chad here is going to be able to get a nice bet, but he doesn't. Just checks it back.
I was hoping he got thin there. But good for Chad there. Another pot.
Yeah, I guess he might have been thinking that once he bets flop and bets turn, that he's likely to have a pretty, I guess, at least an ace. And if he doesn't have an ace, he might not have a hand he could call with. So he probably didn't think he could have a hand like maybe a Jack 10 or pocket kings, pocket queens.
Marie Smith in the chat said, "Oh, the commentator just remembered there's a game on." We've been live for about 6 hours. Every now and then we got to work some nonsense in there.
We got a lot of responses to the karaoke.
Yeah, that's true. No nonsense, by the way, here. The Big Game on Tour is back. New episodes every Saturday on the PokerStars YouTube channel. The Loose Cannon is back in action. Jennifer Tilly is back in action. And we also have Andre Akari, Sam Grafton, Griffin Benger, and soccer star Gerard Piquet in the mix in one of the best cash game shows in all of poker. Final level of the night. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Please smash that like button. Let's get this thing up over 2,000 likes. Tomorrow, day 1D, all the stars will be out.
It's going to be wild in there tomorrow. I mean, you're not kidding.
It's going to be a zoo.
I mean, it also, just judging by it's going to be very star-studded tomorrow.
It does feel like, these first 4 flights are like the amuse-bouche, It's not
it's not even the appetizer.
No,
it's the bite before.
Exactly. It's when they bring out the little plate with the spoon on it.
Yeah. And then the 2 day 2s are like where you get your app.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Multiple main courses. And then, of course, the final table is kind of like, dessert with coffee.
I mean, what do you like by day 13 at this thing?
Day 13.
I mean, it's 8 days, but
I
it's
know,
like 4
yeah.
day ones, 2 day twos. I mean,
Yeah.
it's day 8's like day
It does feel like a
12,200 in the
different game
middle.
at this table compared to the regular table.
Reardon's 9 is best here. It does go check, check. People speculating in the chat on how many players we're getting tomorrow. Well, let's hear some predictions. Let's see what the people think. Some Otaku saying over 5,000 tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly.
I think so.
I thought you were
I
the big
think
guy.
The fact that it's also a Saturday, it's not just the last day, it's a Saturday.
Oh yeah, true.
And so like,
plus there's
people with jobs love playing that Saturday. You know what I'm saying?
I do think that every year the amount of day 2 registrations goes up, and especially because you can buy in on Sunday day 2 and Monday day 2. There's definitely something to that. Last year, for reference, 5,014 players on day 1D.
Wow. How many did day 2 buy-ins? Because the 2-day buy-ins, how many people did that?
It was 206 on day 2A and a whopping 562 on day 2D.
I'll tell you a strategy you might use, Joey. I think the day 2A may be the buy-in, just judging by what the like all the studs that had played. I think that like people are all waiting for the 2B, but I think the 2A, and then you get the day
2A
off.
could be
Monday,
GTO,
and then,
yeah,
and then,
true.
And then you get the Monday off before it gets getting the 2A, maybe.
Time. I have to go to bed.
2A could be the move.
I
Maybe
know.
tomorrow. I don't know. Getting kind of fired up. Just hearing you get fired up.
We're gonna
about
end up at the
this.
same table. Too.
Yeah, probably.
I'm gonna get proximity blocked. All day.
I think Mincy's going to make a playlist for Joey to get hyped up. Little night moves. Phil Collins.
Yeah, I came last night. My flight was late. It arrived at 1:30.
I feel like I've been hot in life this year, so hopefully it translates to the poker table.
running
I
hot.
think it all matters.
Let's go.
Just heads up. I haven't looked yet. I'm gonna look. I was gonna check dark initially, but then I didn't know. Okay, let's go.
800.
You don't have any of that.
Neither do you, though, bro.
Always goodies.
Huh?
It's always goodies.
Show the kid.
Eric, what was the first, not necessarily stream, but like first televised stream, recorded thing that you ever did?
You get all the 500.
You ever do late night poker back in the day?
Porn.
Yeah. I think that's
No, can't unsee that one.
Oh,
I've seen that. Yeah, I
We'll
remember
save
those.
that for off stream.
No, go ahead, share it.
I will.
And there
This
have
guy
been
did
some
porn?
poker pros who have appeared.
No,
in
no.
porn
He
too.
asked Eric Lindgren what was the first ever like
Oh,
video
sorry.
poker thing he did to Eric Lindgren. I think he jokingly said it.
Joking. Okay.
Well, maybe he wasn't joking. Who knows?
You never know with these poker players. I mean,
I believe his ex-wife was on a strip poker show. Erica Schoenberg.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm
I
not even joking. I'm not
no,
even
I'm not
joking.
believing. I'm just not saying anything because I don't know.
There have been some famous incidents, I guess. More than just one.
That would do some ratings, though.
I'd watch poker player turned porn star. I'd watch that. Why not? Maybe not.
Commentators are going to be like, why is he playing?
I found it already. I mean, it's not that hard to Google. It was hosted by Carmen Electra.
Is that a real thing?
It is a real thing.
I wonder, what was like the lineup?
How are you guys not familiar with this? Come on.
There had to be a hell of a lineup, I'm sure.
That's a good
All right,
laydown.
ooh, we got an interesting flop here. Tormos just flopped a set of 4s. But both ace queen and ace 10 ace queen and down. Oh, this could be a big pot. I didn't realize. Yamu flopping the no nut flush draw. I'm just
Yeah,
misreading
back
hearts.
door.
I'm misreading hearts and diamonds because it's 1 a.m.
It's okay. They kind of blend together.
Yeah, Lindgren joking about his first appearance on TV being in porn. I do think that Poker Superstars might have been the first time he was on TV. That must have been in the 0304 range.
Was Poker Superstars, was that the sit-and, I remember I used to watch the sit and goes with all the famous pros.
Chip Reese was in there.
Yeah,
Ivy,
I watched all of them, man. It was like Cloutier.
That was classic when Gus Hansen went all in for the entire episode and ended up advancing. It was like a legendary moment for me.
Exactly. He had to win. It's the only way he could advance.
Yeah, the only
right?
way he could win. I was like, what is this? What is this guy's? What is he doing?
Yeah.
Good to see Gus out here, too.
Poker Superstars, February 2005. So a little bit later than I thought.
Yeah, Gus Hansen in the mix. Yeah, good to see him.
I had a good moment. I don't know if Gus had a clue who I was, but he always used to do the it's going to be a great summer. And like that inspired, I say that all the time.
I do. I did the play-by-play.
So I saw him in the hallway yesterday. I walked by. I was like, it's going to be a great summer. I like yelled
I
it.
actually think I had that buried in
I don't know
DVD
if he got
somewhere.
it.
Really, really nervous. That was hard to do.
Yeah, I mean, that's early days. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have those on DVDs somewhere. I have the first 3 seasons of the WPT on DVD.
Oh, nice. That number 2 is a good one. Why, did you win that?
Probably
or
your
something?
favorite, huh?
Yeah.
That was player of the year that year. Oh, I see.
I've told this story many times before, but when I first started playing poker, it was a 20 euro rebuy tournament on Monday nights, and they would always pay out pretty top heavy, but then the 2 players just outside the money would get DVDs from World Series of Poker or World Poker Tour, so that you wouldn't go home empty-handed. And that's how I ended up collecting a lot of the DVDs from WSOP and World Poker Tour back in the day. And we're talking like this is like 2006, right? So these are some of the early days DVD releases of some of those poker events, which is pretty cool. Good memories of that.
Right, Chad with the 3-bet here with 9s. Let's see if Clark continues with 8s. I feel like Chad's running pretty hot here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you fold 8s here. Try to hit a set. Try to win a big pot.
Yeah, it's maybe a big pot deep.
What's the purpose of the 3-bet with 9s? You know, obviously you're going to build a fairly large pot, but you could also create some trouble for yourself.
You can 3-bet or call with a lot of your pocket pairs, especially like 8s, 9s, 10s.
Yeah, if you're in position,
jacks.
it's nice to get the lead in position. Too.
Yeah.
4,000.
We hadn't seen a lot of wide 4-bets either. So I mean, you could. I mean, I know it's. You never want to 3-bet 9s to get 4-bet, but the 4-bet ranges I feel like have been real tight today.
Yeah, 9's not the worst hand, especially if you can call the 4-bet and potentially if you're deeper stack, if you have over 100 big blinds, which right now they are over 100 big blinds to start the hand. So there is some potential. If you do get 4-bet, you can call and try to hit a 9 and try to win a big pot. So maybe there's a little bit of that going into this too. I think Clark's been open and playing a bit more hands and maybe some other players as well too.
Curious if Chad checks back the turn here or fires. Very curious.
I expect him to check back. Doesn't have a diamond.
Yeah, I think so too.
He might bet small, try to get a cheaper showdown by the river and maybe charge 1 diamond. But
I like this check back. Oh wow, that's great river too, because he's gonna get paid. If he'll bet this river, he'll get paid.
He's got to wonder what he would get called by if he did bet here with the 9s. I mean, 8s might think about value betting, try to get called by ace high, try to get called by maybe like ace queen or ace king. But if you're Chad, what are you really going to get value from here? You know, maybe ace queen, ace king with 1 diamond. I guess ace king might even, or with that he probably even have ace king. So, yeah, I'm not surprised to see him check back. You know, pocket 10s I think is a realistic hand for him to have there as well too. Maybe some slow playing some flushes or slow playing a jack there occasionally. So, I don't really hate that check back. But it does go to show kind of what you were referring to about 3-betting pre-flop, taking the lead. Is that in a different scenario, he probably would have let him loose in that hand, just folded the flop, but ends up getting some value from it.
9's no diamond there. You're just playing guessing.
A look at the Chad Holloway bio sheet. Host of the Poker News Podcast, won WSP bracelet back in 2013, winning the Casino Employees event.
Yeah, I knew Chad had. He liked New Orleans. I didn't realize he went to Tulane. He said there was a JD from Tulane. I didn't realize
So many memories of covering events late at night with Chad when I used to work for Poker News. And
We go ace queen suited. Chad's on
Wow.
one. Chad's got a
Let's
whole
go.
one
The
all of a
heat-
sudden.
The heater, baby. Let's go.
Late night.
Yeah, you guys have been working together forever.
yeah, I joined the industry back in 08. First WSP in 09. Joey, tell me the story of the first time you
Too
ever
much
came to
time.
Las Vegas. What was the story behind that?
Turned 21. My mom took me there that night at midnight, and I think we stayed at the Circus, and they had a little poker room down there. So I saw poker on ESPN, played a little bit online, finally tried it out, and that got me addicted to Las Vegas, and it got me addicted to live poker a little bit at the time. But it was great. I thought playing at Circus was like the pinnacle, and Bellagio, obviously, I played the 1-3 there, and I thought that was like the coolest thing I've ever done. So it was
amazing.
Set the stage for the future of everything. But yeah, my dad took me there when I was 21. So
shout out Joey's mom.
Chad with another good flop here too.
yeah, he's running hot. I mean, and Reardon's got a hand he can continue with the gutter. Probably doesn't do anything else besides just check call.
Oh,
Yes,
wow.
check. Yeah, I mean, against Chad, Chad is kind of one of the players you could maybe want to start mixing in some bluffs against, and he has been playing pretty aggressive, so it makes sense to have King 10 as well. Maybe would expect him just to call, being this deep.
Curious to see. Let's see if Riordan goes Shell's turn river here.
Yeah, I'd prefer to have a diamond on the turn, or at least pick up a little bit more. Maybe an 8. Like this card, not the best card. But wouldn't be surprised to see him put the aggression on. He knows Chad's a thinking player, so Chad is going to be defended maybe a little bit lighter than
He's
on the flop.
Yeah, he's white flagging it.
And now Chad's got to wonder, what does he have? Would he ever check a better hand than ace queen here? Am I going to be able to get value from, maybe, I mean, would he even check raise queen jack or king queen on the flop? Not sure.
Chad stacking him up.
Nice hand by Chad.
Stack them to the top. Some of the OGs will know that reference.
It's a very, very.
You know that reference.
Beth Shack?
No.
No,
close.
don't tell me. Stack. Lee Watkinson's wife.
No, close though, very close.
Is it?
I'll let you think while I
okay.
tell the people about GTO Wizard. GTOWizard.com/PokerGo. Save 10% on your first purchase if you want to beat the best and crush the rest. GTOWizard.com/PokerGo. Back to Joey Ingram for the quiz.
Isn't that like a random clip they played? Who said that? Stack 'em to the. It was
Her husband was in the tournament. She was on the rail.
And it's not Lee Watkinson. It was
No,
the
but he
prayer
looks.
off
He
with-
looks.
with
He looks quite a bit like Lee
This
Watkinson.
us, yeah?
Okay.
Bald head, gray goatee.
You get the last button. Nobody buzzed.
Always wearing colorful clothing.
Marcel Lusk's
No,
wife.
no,
Okay. Oh my gosh. I feel like I'm close. I'm right around there. aren't I?
You're right there.
I'm not gonna look at the check. Give me a hint.
Yeah, the colorful clothing, colorful pants. He would always wear those. His wife, a blonde, passionate, always
Yeah, no, I
on
just
the rail.
left to drink down here. I don't know if it's still here. but
Joey
yeah,
is
so-
hurting physically. I can see it in his eyes.
This is going in the archives of WSOP history right here.
The fact that you jumped on this right away and knew sort of the context, I'm already happy with that.
It reminded me of the Bet Shack hand,
Yes.
the legendary hand, but
The best check is I got him. She's dancing with the aces pointing down behind her.
then the guy still calls with kings.
Yep.
Yeah.
Brett
They
Shep-
were help you with the aces too.
Shout out.
They're all like celebrating that they have. I mean, it was insane.
Brett Ritchie.
I mean, you could. I mean, that was a spot to folk. I mean, they literally were like celebrating.
No, it was Tom Schneider and his
Tom
wife
Schneider,
Julie.
Yeah, Julie Schneider. Yeah, okay, I remember that. I knew, yeah.
Yeah. I love how the
Wow,
chat.
we got a hand. Spencer's peeling pretty wide here. He's called, put 6.6 in with 9.7.
Wow. Comes 9-8-5. Reardon overpair clubs. Spencer flopping top pair. Might get carried away here with top pair.
I mean, I think he got a little carried away probably.
You don't really call pre-flop with 9-7 to fold if you do flop top pair, but he's got a gut shot here as well.
We
So
had no
Oh
huge,
wow, little dirty check here, overpair and the flush draw.
The closest thing was your hand.
Yeah.
That's the biggest raise.
Oh yeah, got a little cute.
maybe he knew something, Mincy. I don't know. A little bizarre
Yeah, king
call rewarded here with the straight. Let's go.
Spencer's gonna have Spencer putting the 6,600 in pre with 9-7 here. He's gonna have a hard time giving him credit for a 7.
Well, what makes the most
Yeah, let's see how much we're. Yeah, pretty fast bet here as well from Spencer. So I think Reardon check call here one, try to hit a club.
Yeah, for sure.
But will he end up
Do
losing
you
a
think
lot?
people bet faster when they bluff in general? I mean, I know
Well,
he has it
yeah.
here, but I feel like fast
I
bets are
hope
more
so.
bluffy sometimes.
Yeah, that's an interesting way. I mean, I guess it's kind of
So you flew in yesterday?
Yeah.
you know,
I flew in
each
this
player, I
morning.
feel like they kind of have
Well,
their own thing.
typically
Some
the
players
flight
kind
at
of use that
1:30 in the
to
evening.
as a
Yeah,
bluff.
I
Some players
flew
use
in
it as
here at,
strength.
like,
We saw Spencer earlier with the
7
aces,
a.m.
kind of just make a real
and-
fast call when he didn't really think much about it.
I
So.
haven't
Well,
slept
calls
since
made.
Saturday.
Reardon in search
buddy
of
Sam.
a club.
Oh, come on.
That's
My
not
flight was
fun.
5 hours delayed.
I always like this though when somebody just bombs it.
He
You know,
he
like
looks like he might do it. I
dude,
mean.
do it, because it's the word just potted here. Just,
Oh, very unfortunate.
What do you do if you've got queens here?
What do you think the other
You got a
side of the
blocker.
world is from Las Vegas? Like, that's a
Got
good
the queen of
question.
clubs.
30K.
30K, get out of here.
I'm gonna go with. You guys have no guesses?
Spencer, let's go.
Oh, you gotta go more though. 'Cause I love the heart though. I love the heart, but just 15.
This might work, Mincy. Look, this might work.
Oh, he is not happy.
Doesn't mean anything.
He's like, would this guy really be bluffing me?
Oh, he's
So
not
it's like a hole
happy.
from China to India.
I mean, you lose to any 10, 9-10, 8-10, 10-jack, maybe ace-10 even.
Opposite of Vegas. How things
Oh yeah. Oh, he's just disgusted.
Yeah, like
Yeah, especially not much time
Egypt
left in the
or
day.
Egypt or something.
Yeah, that's the better guess.
Can really only chop it here.
South, like,
It's too low.
too far over, yeah.
Oh no, it should be below the equator though.
Yeah, it
We're
should-
up
yeah,
here.
yeah, to be perfectly.
Oh yeah, he.
Yeah, northern Africa.
Oh, let's see.
It's gonna be a riveting.
I think
conversation
he's
to
gonna
close
lay
out
this
the
down.
night. They're gonna
No,
love it.
he's
Nah,
not.
he's
No,
gonna
come
smash
on.
me.
Yeah. We won't be nervous at all.
It's hard to have. I mean, 10, he bets the turn. You'd have to bet the turn with a hand like ace-10.
People down so low.
You
They get a
know,
little
we'd have to
bit
check
size
back
of
the
the
flop
table
with
and,
9-10.
lots
You have to
of
check
space.
back the flop with
Yeah,
10-jack. Maybe not that realistic.
Wow. Reardon lets go of the queens, and Spencer gets him off a split.
Nice play by Spencer. Nice bluff.
Well done.
That was
here's
probably a lot
question.
with him.
Okay, my buddy asked this. Okay.
Image, just he just
Alright,
Yeah.
he's just like wouldn't
you
think
pick
that
a
guy would be
food.
bluffing that.
Right. I mean, I wouldn't either. So
An amount
kind
of
of saw
it.
him once again do the fast
And it
bet.
can
So
be a
maybe
whole
nothing
lot,
to
it
that
can
as
be like
well.
nothing.
But I mean, fast bet when he had it
Or
on the
anywhere
turn too.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know that
And you
that
get that amount of that food every single day.
he
and
balances
to eat
fast betting range.
Exactly.
What food would you pick?
You got to do that.
the whole day? Or?
That's literally what I do here at the You just described my life for the last 36 days.
36 ounces of prime rib.
That chicken fried rice.
Sushi roll.
Sushi rolls. That's.
What hand number is this?
1.
Really?
Yes. They're all free hands for you. Don't worry about it.
So we are rapidly approaching the end of the night.
Ooh, Bartholdi's woke up with a whopper here.
A cup of chicken noodle soup or something. Like you have to eat it. So it's like an everyday. So it's like something, you know, like a steak. Like I wouldn't want to eat a steak every single day. You know, you'd be like, that'd be good, but.
Look, Chad, playable hand, ace-9
you know,
suited.
Day 4, day 5 of steak, you're gonna be like, all right, like I want it. Like I
Yeah,
gotta
he's
eat this whole
out the
thing.
peeling the big bond.
Maybe. That ever gets old.
Oh, really? Yeah, you don't get a belly like this.
Wow.
Like a steak.
Chad flopping the nut flush draw here, ace-9 of hearts versus Bartholdi.
Exactly.
The fans would love to see a check raise here by Chad. There goes Chad.
Okay, that's there.
Yeah, they got me hungry just talking about steak.
1200.
See if Chad will do it.
At the very least, he's going to make the call.
I think you got to go for it here. Try to.
So follow-up question.
Try to play a
What's
big
open
pop
here
before the
at
bag.
this time of night?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, he's just gonna call. Come on.
Cafe Americano.
I feel like it could go check here, and then Chad fire out river, maybe win.
They got gambles in the convenience.
Jack on the turn. Now,
it's a pretty interesting semi-bluff card for Bartholdi now because he does have ace-king. He's got the gutter. He's got, on this type of board, you have a range advantage. So he could go with a bigger size and try to get Chad off a 6, off a 4, especially once you range bet flop, like a third. So
would you go? Is this a spot where sizing you go a little bigger?
yeah, this is usually a pretty classic overbet spot, big bet spot you can do. And now Chad not loving it, but even if he does check call, hits his flush, he's going to, maybe not necessarily have the implied odds, but I don't think you can fold here for 4K. But he might also be considering check raising, which would be interesting as well too.
It'd probably work, but of course, it's very easy to say when you're sitting here and you can see their whole boards.
now if Chad was on his third whiskey, he would have 3-bet, or he would have check raised for sure. But now he's just going to make the call, deuce on the river, missing Chad.
Now Bartholdi could bluff here actually with ace-king, but has some showdown. Nice hand.
Bartholdi takes it down with some aggression. Chad, meanwhile, still very healthy on just shy of 130K in the last little stretch here of day 1C as we go outside to our former feature table. Look at this, Victor Blom on the short stack. All in, no red chips, no green chips. This is bad news.
Oh.
Blom running
come
into
on.
aces.
What's Blom got? Ace-king?
Looks like it.
Can't really see what Isildur's got. This could be the end for the legend, Isildur 1. Doesn't look good.
Got.
Oh.
They're chopping?
Chop it up.
Wheel.
Wow.
I feel like this is like a moment we could look back on in a few days and be like, remember that
Exactly.
when he gets hot.
100%.
All right, some of the tables already done. We still got a few more hands to play while the secondary table is bagging up. Natalie Ramos puts quite a few chips in the pot. Iona Apostle as well. Always good to put chips in the bag. Mincy, I think you might be inspired a bit by watching a full day of action.
Yes.
Showing you that patience is a virtue.
Yes. Try not to cold 4-bet.
And maybe some night moves.
You threw forward. I just assumed. I apologize.
Just save all your aggression for the final level, and then just run over them.
I'm a late night. I usually it's weird. I feel like the dinner break is like a whole change, and it's like a different. You come back and it's like a different ball game.
Different energy.
What do you eat during dinner?
During tournaments, I'll probably just
look
eat
at this.
Caesar salads, man. I eat light. I don't like eating anything heavy.
Tournaments lately.
So we got a 3-bet here. This could be I mean, not necessarily the best flop for ace-king, but pretty good flop for 10s. It looks like this went 3-bet by Lindgren, and Tormos called out of position. And then
We didn't play that many pots against each other, did we?
pocket
really.
10s.
No.
Pretty deep here, Bensi. What do they have? About 160 big blinds right
Yeah,
now.
and Eric went small here. He just went 2,500 into 9,500.
Just the queens.
So
pretty normal
I mean,
size.
Yeah. This is going to the turn.
That's how it is.
7 on the
Can't
turn
force
here.
it, you know?
10
Some
still
days
looking
are just
very
mundane.
comfortable here.
It's a pretty nice card for Lindgren with the diamond. It's potentially keep betting.
Like murderer's row here. Very professional.
Check.
Only, only one high caliber.
Yes, this becomes a hand that you can bluff the river with, and you kind of want to have some
He's
balance.
still a little small here. He went 6 into 14.5.
6 and a 14.5. I like it.
But I survived.
30% the
curious
flop, little
what's
size up
coming.
turn.
That's impressive.
That's bad.
Yeah.
Garrett pulls the trigger on 15 to 20 here, or just shows it down.
Hey, you probably prefer to have at least a queen or a jack
just
or
something.
diamond, right? At least something you maybe can represent, but nice hand.
Save me a little.
2 more hands.
2 hands remaining here on the feature table.
It was great joining you guys. I appreciate the invite, Remco.
Absolutely. Yeah, happy to have you both.
Yes, sir.
Shout out to chat too. I don't.
Yeah.
10,000.
Love the
stay
chat.
stay at 10,000 into the wee hours of the morning. Pretty impressive.
Big Hooney in the mix. No 4th of July
That
party,
massage,
but
they're both so locked in. Let's go.
oh, they're in sync for
Look,
sure.
look at it, man.
Wow.
Look at that
the
facial
zoom.
expression. He's just,
Wow.
I really want to shave my head just to enjoy like a scalp massage. You know, it looks very appealing here as Hooney puts some chips in the bag. Always a good sign. Oh, and
Oh, you mean
Tormus
Make the 3-bet.
aces now.
The 3-bet bluffs that you didn't do because you took too long.
See if
Remember,
anybody
it
wakes up.
happened 3 times today. You were like, took too long, and then folded. Tomorrow, or day 2, we'll 3-bet some people.
Okay.
Fuck yeah.
It feels like it's going to be a big pot.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why.
I don't know. The way Spencer's been playing, if he flopped
for the
top
best
pair
pair,
with king
tough
or
for the
queen
aces
here, it
when I-
very well
Yeah,
could
it
be.
might move it fast.
Yeah, he just.
That doesn't count.
Ace Jack
No
3,
king,
2
no
spades.
queen.
Gut shot here
How were your
for
cards for
Spencer. Tormus with
Give me
top
one.
set.
I
People in the
have
chat
enough
asking
play,
how
though.
can some tables be done while others are still playing? Well,
I did.
they announced
You
with 10 minutes to
might
go
have been the most
how many
card dead and
hands
played the
each
most
table
hands.
has to play. That number is the same for every table. Some
when you
tables play
Eric and I
fast,
fold,
some
Yep,
tables play slow.
Spencer's peeling the gutter, but I mean, I've seen worse peels.
Oh,
Oh
set
my
of-
God!
set of
I
fives.
told you something
Down
was
there,
destined to
though,
come
once the
out of this
other-
hand if it went different, but
Yeah, some
It's
players.
funny. He's probably he's kicking himself right now, but he's gonna.
Wow, someone just won the lottery. You can hear him cheering in the room. Maybe that's Goroditsky getting the points
Could
for
be.
you.
one time. Yeah, you were explaining the intricacies of the bagging process, Remco. I don't know. If you were.
Yeah, no,
I'm gonna do
they
is
announce how many hands you have to play,
home,
and that's the same for
put
every
on a
table.
nice
Some
Okay.
tables are
classic
fast,
tee.
some are slow. That's
Gonna
why
fire
some
up
bag up a
the
little bit earlier.
That- that makes sense.
Poker
There's a
Go
prearranged
presented by
set of hands. That makes
PokerStars.
sense.
Maybe make some oats overnight and run some of these hands through GTO Wizard. These
Wow.
hands that were played with Copeg playing cards.
What the hell?
You're not gonna eat
I
that.
think I hit all the sponsors.
You're not gonna have any
Right?
snacks, are you? No snacks. Me?
Chad hitting all the sponsors of the show in one sentence. Very impressive.
Beautifully
I'm a
done.
great shill.
Jokes right in my head right now.
Shout out Poker News
Extremely bad
Podcast.
jokes.
Yeah,
Give Chad a listen.
Ewas and
Come on,
Gordo
Ace.
are heads up right now
Oh,
for
wow.
the bracelet, so this is a big,
Well,
big
what's the
moment.
mix? What's the mix? What event?
10K, 8K mixed championship.
Woo!
So pretty big one for either one of these players. Bragging rights for Ewas.
yeah.
Gordo hasn't played too much this summer, but you know the guy's
Was
a
that
mixed
your
game legend,
agreement
so
to
this
get
would be
on
a
the
great
screen
one for him to
table?
win.
Yeah,
If you're a
make
mixed
sure you
game
shout
player,
out all
you
the
want to win the
sponsors.
mixed game championship.
Oh, no doubt. Is it a bit like 500K plus?
Payout for I think it's
Can't wait to talk about this on the Poker News
422.
podcast every Thursday and Sunday at 8 a.m.
Mike
Pacific
called
time. Kind of England. I know kind of bagged yesterday. I think Mike's playing tomorrow.
I also am doing personal coaching now. Lower than the next guy. I don't know what I charge yet. but
I
whatever
don't
that
know
guy
what I
offers
charge
you,
yet.
I'll undercut
Beat it?
them.
I'll buy some right now.
Or whatever, you
I'm
know,
in.
Hourly rates. Streetpoker.com is my website.
That's a great website. Streetpoker.com.
Membership is free, but the tricks keep getting progressively more expensive.
Nice.
Multi-way action here.
He's got one customer, buddy. Bartholomew, you launched that.
Well, our time's coming to an end. Maybe this November I'll get to play with you at the PokerStars NAPT.
Yes.
Just like the hat you're wearing.
Just give us a woo.
I was wondering if anybody was going to say anything about the shirt.
Ric Flair?
Ric
I like
Flair.
it.
Woo! I should have done that, when I won a hand.
Facts. Should have.
Every hand.
Every hand, yeah.
So let's count.
So we're down to the 275.
Yeah, I know.
Somehow.
How'd we get here? Yeah.
What a way to close it out.
Spencer is giving. I thought he was a tight player, and now I'm re-questioning
No.
my instincts.
He definitely likes to see a turn card to let his hand develop.
Yeah, I like his style.
It's funny how it took 8 hours for
What
us
do
to
you
get
guys think
the
about
best
Israel?
banter here, the final few hands of the night.
Just generally. Nothing to do with the war or whatever. Just
First one to bet wins. Who's it going to be?
It's gonna be
When I say
Spencer.
the word Israel, what's the first
Do it.
word? One word
6K.
back. Israel.
Do it.
He's going 6K. Yeah, obviously you're scared of the ace. Once he checks back, ace king, ace queen, ace jack. likely hands for the half. Doesn't do it. Come on,
That's
Mincy.
where they cut
Now
the
is
feed
Riordan.
and
He's
both
got a
of them
bluff
from
here.
Oh,
Seven
I mean,
high.
there's no. I mean,
He's laughing though. He's like, do I really want to
like,
blast here?
He's like, what am I representing?
Talking about politics on the stream would be horrendous.
55. He's got to go 50. I don't think.
If Spencer, yeah, if he check raised here, I was gonna look.
To usher us out.
Yeah, bags.
Nice
yeah, all
hand. Nice
good, all
hand.
All right, players asking for bags. The night is done. Day 1C in the bag for many of these fortunate players. We've seen some depart already, but the majority of them have advanced. We'll get final numbers on that, and we will let you know about tomorrow.
Hi, Queens.
And all the bags have been accounted for. Chad Holloway, Eric Lindgren, John Reardon, Joe Bartholdi, all putting chips in the bag as we go out into the room to see what's happening with the other players.
I've been seeing these Poker is War merch running around here lately.
Yeah, I think that's Daniel made that, I believe, or somebody he's working with.
Okay.
Good luck, dude.
It's always good to see the camaraderie at the end of the night. Not too many final level beers here for the beer level. Players are staying locked in. They got a day off tomorrow before advancing to day 2.
Yeah, thanks everybody in the chat for hanging out with us all night. We appreciate all the comments, all the questions, and just good to see a lot of familiar faces out there.
All right, on that note, let me close this thing out.
Do it.
Thank you, Joey Ingram. Thank you, Mincy. Good luck at the main event. Joey, I need to have you in the main event as well. I think the chat all would appreciate seeing you in the greatest poker tournament of the year. My name is Remco Rinkema. I'll be back tomorrow with Donnie Peters and Tristan Wade to call the action on day 1D, which will obviously be a stacked day coverage starting at 7 p.m. Pacific time, 10 p.m. Eastern for, again, 6 hours of play, no breaks. Just enjoy the show with us. Find us on YouTube if you want to come and hang out to watch the journey start. Thousands of players all vying for a seat at the final table for a chance to win upwards of $10 million. For now, wish you a very good night, and we'll see you tomorrow for the final starting flight of the 2025 WSOP main event.
See you guys later.
unified government. We'd have to quite literally fix every area of public policy. Everything was an absolute disaster under the Biden-Harris radical, woke, progressive Democrat regime. And we took the best effort that we could in one big, beautiful bill to fix as much of it as we could. And I am so grateful to God that we got that done as we did. Because of the dedication, yeah. Lastly, it's no secret, I do believe in God. I believe in that motto that's up that I referenced in the floor speech a little while ago. I believe that is what has made our nation the greatest in the history of the world. And some people shake their heads and they think that's old-fashioned or something. That is a fact. When the framers put this together, they stepped out in faith. They did something that no nation had ever done before. The great statesman, philosopher G.K. Chesterton of Great Britain said, America is the only nation in the world that was founded upon a creed. And he said it's listed with almost theological lucidity or clarity in the nation's birth certificate, the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that we recognize, we boldly proclaim the self-evident truth that our rights do not come from the government, they come from God himself. He's the one that gave us our rights. That's right. Abraham Lincoln said in the Gettysburg Address, we are dedicated to this proposition, to one nation, under God. A government of the people, by the people, for the people shall not perish from the earth. This is an experiment. It's only 249 years, y'all. That's not a long span of time in human history. It's just a blip on the whole scale of human history. It is up to us to save it. It's up to the duly elected representatives of the people to come here and represent. And it's up to every single one of us, of the people, by the people, for the people, all of us. So you got to be engaged, and we got to pass this along to the next generation. Reagan reminded us, freedom's not inherited in the bloodstream. It's got to be protected. It's got to be fought for. It's got to be taught to the next generation so that they will have the same liberty, opportunity, and security that we have all known and too often take it for granted. So I just want to say, we're going to get to the main event here. We're about to sign this bill and get it over to the White House, okay? Some of these men and women have got to go catch flights and stuff. So we're going to sign this real quick, and I'll take a few questions. But I just want to say this: do not take for granted what we have been given. This grand experiment in self-governance. We can preserve it, but we got to do it all together. God bless you. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
Run it. I want to be the runner. That's the coolest.
Zach, y'all head home?
We're gonna head out, Tim. We're gonna head. Y'all hang right. Yeah. Back time. Where that fighter pin? Let's do it. Thanks, Ronnie.
Okay, sorry for all the chaos. That was kind of fun. A couple questions real quick. Yes. Yeah, so the question, you didn't hear it, it's kind of loud in here. The question was, how did we get the holdouts to yes? Here's the, so my leadership style is I try to be a servant leader. And as I mentioned earlier, I know what every member of this body, every member of this conference brings to the table. And the leader's job is to bring out everybody's best and get them to their highest and best use. And that takes some time. So what happened procedurally, not to get too deep in the weeds, but we got the Senate modifications to the House bill. Now we're really proud because the big beautiful bill, 85 to 90% of it is the original House product that we ourselves drafted over the course of more than a year. But when we went to the Senate, of course, as the other chamber is apt to do, they made some changes. They sent it over to us. We didn't have it for a lot of time. And so some members wanted to go really deep in the weeds on the changes, and they wanted to fully understand what those amendments were and how they would interact with the rest of the bill and how the administration would administer the new laws. And so there was a process there for a couple of days where we allowed that time for them to explore all that, to talk with leaders in the administration. President Trump was so generous with his time, answering questions himself. Vice President J.D. Vance was directly engaged. We had cabinet secretaries at a number of different federal agencies answering questions from members. Some of them even brought their agency attorneys in to get really deep in the weeds on the details. I knew as the leader that we would have to take the time to do that. And so some of that went into late into the night. And I was not going to make anybody, I was not going to demand anybody's vote or their position on the bill until they felt that they had exhausted that opportunity. So we did it, and that's how we got everybody to yes. Yeah. No, I mean, look, as I said, a lot of these members wanted to talk with the administration about how the new law would be administered by the Trump administration and the team. And I think they answered those questions. I don't think they exacted a lot of specific commitments or concessions or anything like that. It was just more an understanding how that would interact. As you know, this president has been a bold leader. By last count, he's issued over maybe close to 160 executive orders so far. We're trying to codify as many of those as possible, so a lot of the discussions were about what executive orders will be forthcoming as it relates to the new legislation, and how can we be involved as a House to codify that and do all that in a coordinated fashion. The beauty of unified government is this is exactly how it can work and how it's supposed to work, is that you have an interaction between the executive and the legislative branches, because that's what's best for the people, and that coordination is going to yield great results for the folks. So that was part of the discussion yesterday.
Last question.
I literally don't know anything about that. I mean, I wasn't privy to the conversation. So I would tell you there's lots of rumor and conjecture and innuendo that floats around, especially when you got so many people wandering around the building and deliberating over their vote. So I don't know how much stock I'd put into much of that. But all right, last question. Yes, ma'am. Look, I think a lot of the estimations about what this legislation would do in a negative manner to communities in my state or any other are far overblown. I can tell you that this bill is going to be a great thing for everybody around the country, my constituents especially. What's good for Louisiana is good for America. We've got great tax policy here. I think they're going to feel this pretty quickly. Wages will rise. I think household income will go up. I think the job participation rate will increase dramatically. I think unemployment will be low. We're going to duplicate what we did in the first Trump administration. Remember, at the first 2 years, y'all have heard me say 1,000 times, it's objectively true. We had one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and we're going to do that again, except this time much more comprehensively. We did tax cuts and regulatory reform, and that brought about a resurgence of the U.S. economy. That's what's going to happen here. It's about to happen on steroids, and we can't wait for that to happen. This is jet fuel for the economy, and all boats are going to rise. Thank you all for being here. We got to get a little rest. God bless.
All right, wanted to play those comments for you as we did see the big, beautiful bill pass in the House 218 to 214 just 2 days ago on Thursday. And those were some of the comments made by House Speaker Mike Johnson right afterward alongside other House Republicans as they celebrated the passing of the bill. And if you were watching us here on Live Now from Fox just yesterday, you watched as President Trump did sign that bill into law All of that happening right before the military family picnic that took place there at the White House. And also, if you were watching us, you saw those White House fireworks around 9 p.m. Eastern time just last night. If you do want to watch President Trump's comments again, just head over to our YouTube page. Go to YouTube and search Live Now from Fox. You can click on the link to those videos. And while you're there, hit subscribe because you'll get alerts every time we have a big event like that we post. And I can tell you we do post all of President Trump and his administration speeches that they give. Again, on our YouTube, just search Live Now from Fox. We are going to head to a quick break here, 12:11 on the East Coast and 9:11 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Much more to come.
You deserve the best. At Harbor Freight, you can afford it. Performance, durability, affordability. Only one place does it all. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Why don't you like us anymore? Why are you leaving us? Oh, we're so sad that you left us. You don't even know me, LL Bean. There are questions that I would say are straight up homicide inducing.
Hot take. Nobody thinks your kid is as cute as you think your kid is.
I've had it with pictures of food.
I've had it.
The Golden Gate has always been a rock star on the American landscape.
This was about America coming into full power and full bloom on the West Coast.
But don't let its celebrity status fool you. With enough support cable to circle the globe 3 times and enough concrete to pave a sidewalk from San Francisco to New York, the Golden Gate is an engineering marvel that's built to last.
With proper maintenance, the bridge should last essentially forever.
For more awe-inspiring feats of innovation, keep watching Modern Marvels on Pluto TV.
My family has drama food. It's real emotions. I do. All in one place.
There is a skinnier person inside of me.
Robbing the bank is kind of a turn on. I'm here for it, honey. All of it. All reality, WeTV.
Brenda is a CIA-trained interrogator with specialization.
Do I make myself clear?
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 12:13 on the East Coast and 9:13 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. As I mentioned, Fox's Mike Tobin will be joining us shortly here with a live report from over in Kerr County, Texas, where sadly officials have now confirmed at least 27 people are confirmed dead, and there are still many people that are missing at this hour. Now, before we get to that, I do want to play some of the comments here from Congressman Chip Roy, Fox News, speaking with him from that flood site a bit earlier on this morning.
And let's go right now to Chip Roy, Republican congressman from Texas, on this desperate search effort. We thank you for joining us today. I'm sure you're very, very busy. What more can you tell us from what you're learning from search and rescue personnel there on the ground?
Yeah, well, I got in late last night, close to midnight. I was supposed to be in D.C. for the signing of the big, beautiful bill. I would normally be right by this bridge right behind me for the 4th of July celebration here in Kerrville. My family comes every year. And unfortunately, we're here under these circumstances. As Mike just said, the river right behind us rose almost 30 feet in less than an hour. Unprecedented, historic. It's like a wheelbarrow of water got dumped here. The great first responders, state, local, federal, we're all working together, about 1,000 boots on the ground yesterday. We had about 240 rescues yesterday. 160 of those were air rescues. I know they were working through the night to try to get to a few of the kids in camps who were isolated because you couldn't get to them because the roads were down. So a coordinated effort, plenty of resources here. We've got the manpower. It's just an operation to go make sure we can go find anybody who is still alive, and then obviously a recovery for those who unfortunately perished. Our prayers are with all the families, but it's not just the kids that we're obviously devastated about. It's also the local individuals, a camp director who I think really sacrificed her life trying to save kids, some stories about camp counselors doing the same, and we'll just have a lot we have to go through as we digest all of this. But I'm really proud of all the people who came together. Spoke with the president yesterday. He was supportive. Spoke with Secretary Noem yesterday. She was supportive. All of our colleagues have been reaching out. But now we just got to continue to finish the job today.
And Congressman, you mentioned that your family goes there every year. Is this a pretty popular vacation spot for a lot of people in the area? And then on top of that, separately, what more can you does the area need to ask for from the federal government? Are you set pretty much for this phase of this right now?
Yeah, I mean, I'll answer that part first. I mean, look, the federal government has been here in direct partnership. Governor Abbott and the great state leadership, Nim Kidd, my good friend, who's the head of the Texas Department of Emergency Management, they have all been here with the local authorities. I was with the sheriff last night till about 2 in the morning. We crashed for a couple hours and came back out this morning. But look, yeah, my family comes down here every year. It is a popular spot. Great Texas live music. Robert O'Keefe does a concert here every year, literally about a few hundred yards this way. It was all underwater. In fact, where I'm doing this interview, where Mike did his interview, this was underwater yesterday because the water came all the way up to here because the flash flood was so big. Yeah, it's a popular spot. These camps bring people from all over the country. I'm not going to name names, but at least a few of the deceased we know have connections to some of our colleagues, people from all over the country. I had friends from all over the country who had kids here who are reaching out to me looking for information. We've done our best. There's been some miraculous stories. My kids go to a school, and there was a young girl who was missing. They didn't know where she was. She survived on a mattress for 3 hours in the middle of the night. She's now home with her parents at the school where my kids go to school in Hays County and Travis County near Austin. So, look, prayers are appreciated for all the people reaching out across the country. It's devastating, but we'll recover. We just got to go be with those families right now.
Congressman Chip Roy, we thank you for joining us today. It's frustrating, too, to know that this area is prone to flooding. This has happened before in that area. Perhaps we'll see some changes in regulations as to these camps moving forward down the road and how this area will be managed in the future. Do you have any comment on that?
Well, look, there's time to review everything when we go forward. I mean, I'll just say this. I know this area well, and so do all the Texans and people who come here. That area, you would not expect literally a 30-foot rise in the water in less than an hour. This is an unprecedented historic event, and right now is not the time for sort of recriminations. It's identifying and finding those that have been lost, looking at what occurred. I cannot say enough about the first responders and the people who have been right there on the job. By the way, a lot of these camps had evacuated, had moved to higher ground, saved a lot of lives. The camp directors, the camp counselors. I want to be very clear that a lot of really good things were going that were happening to save people's lives. So let's focus on that, and we'll be time to kind of figure out what we can always do better. But sometimes, when you have a wheelbarrow of water dumped into a valley and the water rises that fast, people have to react. So right now we just got to go find any survivors and pray for the families who lost loved ones.
All right, a big thank you there to Fox News for providing that interview that they did conduct there with Congressman Chip Roy. Again, we do know, unfortunately, from officials there that the death toll has gone up to 27, and they do say it is possible that number could rise. There are also still many people missing, so we are going to make sure to bring you updates here with officials as we do get them. The time now is 12:19 on the East Coast and 9:19 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more live news coming up here in just a few. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back.
Your favorite Mr. Fluffy here. Kitchen sink's clogged and it's interrupting my nap time. Fetchatech Plumbing can help. They're the best in Vegas and fix our plumbing problems fast. Cat families get 10% of plumbing repairs. Dog families too, unfortunately. Chase the mouse after the plumbing's fixed. Call Fetchatech Plumbing now. Meow.
Fetchatech, service that's a breed apart.
Wake up, weekenders. Saturday mornings were made for shopping. Get ready to meet up with your HSN besties to jumpstart the weekend with a little retail therapy from the sweetest finds for home, coolest gadgets to all the unexpected treasures, we've got you covered. For super savings and tons of fun, kick back and start your Saturday shopping with HSN.
Rail, name something that's hard to do with your eyes open. Read. Name something that's hard to do with your eyes open. This boy in college. He enrolled in that now. He leaned into the mic and said, read, Steve. Okay.
Watch the Family Feud channel on Pluto TV.
I'm an angel. I'm here to help people.
It's a miracle. The doctors, all they can say.
You've been an angel your whole life. Don't be afraid to believe what you feel in your heart.
You and your friend saved my life.
An awful lot of good people in this world, Mark. I'm just here to try to help them.
I really love this job.
So do I.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 12:21 on the East Coast and 9:21 on the West Coast. You are taking a live look here over Kerr County in Texas. As you can see, they are still dealing with extensive flooding. Sadly, we have learned that the death toll does continue to rise as a result of that extreme flooding that they've seen over the past day or so. I do want to head out there live and bring in Mike Tobin with Fox News, joining us here with the latest information. Mike, thank you so much for being here. I know a lot of the information is fluid, but officials are releasing more and more and have over the past hour or so.
They have over the past hour, and I can tell you in the past hour we've also seen the helicopters overhead. And one of the things that was released by the city manager is they're not going to go old school with boots on the ground. You can see behind me a lot of the banks of the river that are now exposed because those flood waters have receded. They're going to put people out there simply walking up and down the river. They've got information from locals as far as where debris does collect when it floods, and they're going to look in there for victims and hopefully some survivors. We know that 27 people now, that's the official number of people who died in this flash flood. And 27 people are missing is the one solid number they have about people missing. And those are the girls who were at Camp Mystic, the all-girls Christian camp. And they have lost contact with the outside world. Some bodies have been located. They're going through the very delicate and sad process of notifying family and making positive identification. So there's not a lot of room for optimism as far as the girls missing from Camp Mystic. That being said, Congressman Chip Roy did tell a story about someone who clung to a mattress in the floodwaters all night long and was rescued. So it is possible that over time you will find some people who can still be saved. As far as the rescues, somewhere around 800 people have been pulled out of the floodwaters and taken to safety. Most of the people who have been saved are people who got to high ground. We know of a couple of different camps where the road was out. No one could get to them, so they dropped them supplies overnight. Now with the sun up, with the ability of rescue crews to do more extensive work, it's likely that they've been able to get vehicles to those people. What is unknown at this stage in terms of the number of missing and the number of vacationers. There are a lot of people who come to the Texas Hill Country for quick vacations. They go to the wineries out here. There are live music venues, breweries, things of that nature. So you had a lot of people who would have taken those quick vacations for the 4th of July, and those people are just unknown at this point. And sadly, as you talk about that number of deceased at 27, anticipate that that probably will go up, Josh.
And I did want to ask you, Mike, because, again, a lot of the information is fairly fluid. There was just a news conference that took place that was with several of the officials there in Kerr County. Have we heard from Governor Greg Abbott, Lieutenant Governor Patrick, if they plan to provide any sort of update today, or is that kind of in flux as well?
That is in flux. We know that we're going to get another update in the afternoon, and Governor Greg Abbott did the press conference yesterday when he signed the emergency declaration, freeing up so many resources here. In fact, the resources, the government, the federal government and the state government have been so cooperative that the emergency crews out here say that they don't need any more manpower. They're encouraging people not to show up and volunteer at this point because it just it creates clutter. Then when you start talking about people who are putting drones in the air, it can actually become hazardous to the helicopters that are working the area.
And my last question, Mike, before I let you go here, I know that there was a lot of rain that was still coming through the area yesterday. Is that still the case now? Have things started to clear up as far as the weather goes?
It has started to clear up as far as the weather goes. It's been kind of misty out here all day long. You can see that the floodwaters have receded. But when the floodwaters recede from one area, it doesn't necessarily get rid of the danger. You can. I once had an emergency worker refer to a flooded river as a snake that swallowed a pig. So when it floods here, the floodwaters do dissipate and they even out as they move downriver, but they still move downriver. So you have areas downstream that are now talking about flash floods and putting out warnings to the local population there.
All right. Mike Tobin there with Fox News, joining us from over in Kerr County. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here, and stay safe out there.
Got it.
All right, everybody, we are approaching the half-hour mark here, 12:26 on the East Coast and 9:26 on the West Coast. We did get that clean feedback that is coming from those officials over in Kerr County, Texas. We told you about that a bit earlier as we were waiting for it to come in. We now do have it. So what we're going to do is head to a quick break, and then I'll play it out for you in full on the other side here. We'll be right back with more live news coming up in just a few. Stay with us.
Hey, get away.
Your guys' garage is on fire.
10 years ago, I invented the Ring video doorbell for moments like that, and Ring security cameras for moments like this.
We've got you on video.
And Ring alarm with professional monitoring.
Would you like us to request emergency services?
Yes.
10 years of reinventing home security and tens of millions of safer homes. Protect your home the way I do. Learn more at ring.com.
Truth or dare?
Truth. Truth.
Truth. If you have something to say, then I want to hear it.
You attack me every time I pass you in the hall.
I think you're cute.
Dream on. Mystic Oracle. Is it true? Give me a dare.
Watch this.
Who's our suspect now? Who did this?
And you know pretty much that you have a homicide on your hands.
To think that something like that could happen here was unfathomable.
The hair on my arm stood straight up.
I knew something bad was gonna happen.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 12:29 on the East Coast and 9:29 on the West Coast. Thank you so much for being with us here on this Saturday, July 5th. My name is Josh Breslow, and I've been here for the past several hours to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news. I did mention a bit earlier we were waiting on that clean feed to come in of the news conference with officials in Kerr County. That happened about 2 hours ago, and we just got that clean feed in, so I do want to play it for you in full right now on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning to everybody. We appreciate your being here. Appreciate your coming out here and covering us in this difficult time. We're going to have this is a press briefing this morning. We're starting at 10 a.m., so we're starting now, and we're going to have two more today. We'll have one at 2 and one at 6. And the purpose of each one will be to update you from whatever our previous numbers are. So this morning we'll be updating you from where we were last night, and then at 2 we'll update you from where we are now, and 6, same thing. And speaking this morning, we are going to have Kerr County Sheriff Larry Letha leading us off. United States Representative Chip Roy is here with us. Kerrville Mayor Joe Herring Jr. will be speaking briefly, and Kerrville City Manager Dalton Rice. And when we are done, because we are still in active search and recovery mode, we're going to keep this short. We'll allow 5 questions, and I am going to turn it over now to Sheriff Letha. Thank you.
As probably a lot of y'all know, Sheriff Larry Letha, Kerr County. One thing I want to tell you, I appreciate y'all covering this. One thing I'm really big about is transparency. Really appreciate y'all getting the message out there. We will do our best. Like you said, we'll have 2 more briefings out there to get you information as we get it. What I want to start with, I want to make sure you understand. These numbers I'm going to give you are at 8:55 a.m. this morning. These are changing rapidly, okay? So every time the next time we meet, I'll update you, but just bear with us, okay? They will be changing. They're already changing them up here, and we'll try to do a really good job. I've got some notes here I'm going to read because I want to be pretty accurate on this. Then I'll talk a little bit before I turn it over to Chip Roy. We are now more than 24 hours into this tragic event, and Kerrville Police Department, Kerrville Fire Department, and Kerr County Sheriff's Office and other first responders from around the Texas are continuing to conduct rescue and recovery operations along the Guadalupe River corridor. So far, we've evacuated over 850 uninjured people, 8 injured people, and have recovered 27 deceased fatalities at this time. Of these 27, 18 are adults, 9 are children. Of that, 6 of the adults are unidentified, and 1 of the children are unidentified at this time. That's of 8:55 this morning. We're unable to release any further information on deceased at this time, as our thoughts and prayers go out to the loved ones. We are working hard to locate anyone who is still missing and to ensure they are safe. There are 2 ways that you can report the missing people. This is something I would really like y'all to spend some time getting out. One of the ways is via phone. We have a call center set up to accept information and share that information along our relief and incident commanders. That number is 830-285-1111. I'll repeat, 830-285-1111.
It's 258.
Correction, 258. Sorry about that. I'm going to repeat it one more time. 258. 258. Number for the final time is 830-258-1111. Is everybody good? Okay. Second way is via email. Like the phone number, information received will be shared along our relief teams. That email is floodrecovery@co.kerr, Kerr.tx.us. Repeating one more time, floodrecovery@co.kerr.tx.us. There is a shelter for the general public who needs assistance at the First United Methodist Church, 321 Thompson Drive in Kerrville. 321 Thompson Drive, Kerrville. At present, we don't need material or volunteer donations at this time. We are coordinating with a strong state response currently. Cash donations can be made to the Community Foundation of the Texas Hill Country. Once again, donations can be made to the Community Foundation of the Texas Hill Country. Our first responders have been working tirelessly and will continue to conduct search and rescue operations until all citizens are accounted for. Tragic incidents like this affect us all. This community is strong and will continue to pull together during this tragic time. We have been humbled by the outpouring of support. We are very appreciative of everyone that's stepped up to help us. One thing I want to tell you and assure y'all is that we will not stop till every single person is found. We've got all the resources we need. We're here for the long haul. As I said, numbers will be changing rapidly, but like I said, we will not stop till everybody. I can't tell you, I've been asked how long will this take. I can't tell you how long it's going to take. It's going to take a while. Appreciate y'all, Like I said, getting the word out. Like I said, after this we're going to take about 5 questions. At this time, I'm going to introduce you to United States Representative Chip Roy. He's going to say a few words.
Thank you, Sheriff. I'll be brief. I'm here to show support for the community. My family comes here to Kerrville for 4th of July virtually every year. Come here for Robert Earl shows, and we were planning to be here for the show with Robert Earl and Beckman. These are the events that we're dealing with today, and trying to explain to a world that's watching this and asking questions what a flash flood looks like, where you have a 26 to 30 foot rise in the water in a matter of an hour, 4 to 6 a.m. on a holiday, and the people that are having to respond to that. I just got everybody like pause, take a breath for the recriminations and the Monday morning quarterbacking, because there's so many great people in this community that are responding and moving quickly. Lives lost, saving people, like camp directors, and I'm gonna let other people name names and stuff. That's not my job here, but we know the stories of people that have been heroic in trying to make sure that the lives lost was at a minimum, and trying to recover individuals. I got a call and an update this morning. My kid's school, there was one of their schoolmates was missing, and was one of the kids. She was on a mattress for 2 or 3 hours in the middle of the night, and she's united with her mom, and that's wonderful. And those are the kind of blessings that we should be celebrating, while we're also mourning the loss of life as we identify those that didn't make it and are now home with their Lord. So I just want to appreciate the first responders, the coordinated effort from the state, local, federal partnerships. Yesterday I was on the phone with the president, with the secretary. I expect we'll have some additional visitors today. I'll let other people talk about that, but I couldn't even get the conversation out with the secretary, trying to explain to her what we were dealing with. That doesn't happen often for me, but it took me a while to collect myself to even be able to tell her what we were looking at. And they've been fantastic, made available immediately at the request. I talked to NIM about the need for help with the Army Corps, talked to the Secretary and their team, and they're immediate. It's been an extraordinary partnership. I think there's been 1,000 or so boots on the ground combined between state, local, and federal. I'll let them say the numbers, but obviously hundreds of people that have been rescued, 160 plus air rescues. I think that number's going up. Airlifting and taking in resources to some of these camps that were isolated. So let's focus on that. Let's focus on finding those who can be found, and then we can always assess what we need to do later going forward. But extremely proud of this community. Let's finish the job here over the next few days, support the local law enforcement and the first responders, and pray for the families, particularly those who have lost loved ones. With that, I will turn it over to the mayor.
I'm Mayor Joe Herring Jr., Mayor of Kerrville, Texas. I'm glad you're here, and I have a few comments to make. People need to know today will be a hard day. It will be a hard day. This is the message I want to share. The city of Kerrville is thankful. We have help from our city crews, from county personnel, from state agencies, and federal resources, including the Coast Guard. I have been asked how people can help. The sheriff has mentioned that a fund has been set up by the Community Foundation of the Texas Hill Country. Information about this can be found on the city's Facebook page. In fact, if you want to know how to help, I know from my phone, from my texts, from my emails, thousands of people across our state and the world want to know how they can help. The easiest way to get information about that is to follow the City of Kerrville Facebook page. City of Kerrville, City Hall Facebook page. They have done an admirable job of making sure all resources and all information is available, not only to the citizens of Kerrville, but to the citizens of the world. I'm thankful you're here. Today will be a hard day. Please pray for our community. Thank you. Next up is City Manager Dalton Rice.
Thank you, Mayor. Dalton Rice, the City Manager for the City of Kerrville. Just wanted to give a couple updates on operations. Operations did continue through the evening. We used specialized equipment with a lot of helicopters trying to identify any areas that we could find, heat sources or whatever. So operations did continue throughout the night. Obviously, the water did recede into this morning. I do want to encourage folks with road damage, even though a road may be open, please use extreme caution. If water does get under the road, we are seeing a lot of debris, a lot of asphalt that is washing up, so there could be some other damaged areas. We did start boots on the ground operations about 8 a.m. this morning. And started about southwest of Hunt, so southwest of Camp Mystic. These folks will be traveling very difficult terrain up through Ingram, and we're going to start getting information. So again, as the sheriff had alluded to, the information is changing constantly, and it's going to be changing by the minute. Talked about roads. Don't do your own searches. We know everybody wants to get help. As the roads start clearing up, you're gonna want to get out there. We are in constant communication with families. We're in constant communication with those around, and so we will continue to effortlessly work through working with our partners. Again, we've been working with Border Patrol, Texas DPS, game wardens, federal side, U.S. Coast Guard is here. We want to thank them. Air assets. Again, we have hundreds of state and federal and local resources out here supporting this community. We do have grief counselors out there, so if there's anybody that needs any support, please don't hesitate to reach out as well. We still are operating shelters. Shelters are the same ones that we gave out before. Good news is a lot of the shelters have gone down in numbers, so there's either been those that have been reunited or kind of moving on. A couple of locations, we had 18 girls in there that have been reunited with their families. We're down to about 4 that we're working on reunification as well. So reunification efforts are continuously ongoing from the missing person side. Here over the next few hours, we're going to be putting more information out there as far as missing persons, on how to contact if you have somebody that is missing or a loved one. Y'all have the camp number right now. We are continuously working on the other missing person side. The best way that I can sum this up is we have the known, which is the 27 potential missing campers that we're looking for now. The unknown is how many people were here locally, visiting, on vacation, doing other things in the community that we just do not have numbers. So these numbers are going to change throughout the day. And with that, we will take 5 questions.
How many people are still missing?
On the missing individuals, the 27, are those all, that you said campers, are those all children? And then also, do we know the total number of missing that you know of, not the unknowns obviously, but the knowns of adults and children for the county?
So the 27 missing is the children from Camp Mystic that we have as far as right now for the number. As far as unknown other missing, we do not have an accurate count, and we don't even want to begin to estimate at this time.
Can you expand on that, Mr. Rice? A lot of people in the community, business owners, people that are living along the river have said they are very concerned the number will go up of missing, and they want to know more about how you guys are looking for them, what the efforts are, maybe even some of the challenges. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, absolutely. So like I alluded to with the operations piece, we have basically a team of about 34 folks from Texas Task Force 1, DPS, game wardens, and Border Patrol that are boots on the ground on each side of the river, starting in Hunt, and they're starting to make their way up. Across this entire area, it's probably about a 17-kilometer stretch. They are going to be in very debris terrain, very difficult, challenging contours along the riverbanks. So it is a very harsh environment. We are doing what's called a primary search, which is basically a very quick search, but when I say quick, that is up, down, sideways. They're turning over as many rocks as they can, culverts, up in trees. They are looking at every possible location, and then we'll start going into a layered approach, or what we also have from the locals, which has been a really great resource. In the floods that we have, there are known collection points where debris tends to collect along the riverbank. We do have intel on what sites and locations those are, so we can also put additional resources into those collection sites and start getting a more focused approach on that.
We've seen a lot of tragic flooding. We've seen a lot of tragic flooding in central Texas over the past few are so many people, I know this is so early, but there are so many people already asking what can be done to stop the loss of life. We saw 13 in San Antonio. We have seen an unknown number, but at least 27 here. They're scared.
Yeah, you know, it's a great question, and I think that's a question that we definitely need to answer at some point in time. Right now, our focus is on the search and rescue efforts, making sure that we get these families out, you know, get some closure, you know, where we can. And so I think that is a great question that we need to ask ourselves. But right now, we want to focus on search and rescue operations.
Are there still rescue efforts going on right now?
Yes, we are. We have been in continuous search and rescue operations. Again, you know, this river, even though it started in West Kerr, this goes all the way down through East Kerr County and it's continuing on, you know, to the southeast. So yes, search and rescue operations are continuously ongoing, and we'll continue to update on that.
So
One more question.
Where are you finding these folks right now, the active rescues this morning? Are they stuck in an island of land? Where are they?
Typically rescues, if we do find them, they're going to be in trees or we find them, you know, either on high ground. Again, most of the rescues that we are having at this point in time are other camps. So we have a lot of camps and they are all accounted for, but they are isolated because of road damage. So we know where they're at. We're getting them food, water, resources, and now it's a matter of just getting them safely across, you know, low water crossings or other areas to other shelters.
There's so much confusion, though, about these kids. We know that there's missing kids, there's pictures, and there's names and all this stuff. Are you going to give a list of the names of the kids?
Absolutely not. We are not going to give a list of the names. We want to protect, you know, those families and their information. The other thing I want to point out, and thank you for bringing that up, these families are getting bombarded with spam calls and spam information. So we want to keep the kids' information and these families' names out of any public, you know, light, to give them the opportunity to grieve and to make sure that we give them the best possible resources that we can and get them reconnected as soon as possible. So some of them are, and some of those have been a great help as well. So yes, it is a double-edged sword, but we need to work through it. So our next one will be at 2 o'clock, and we'll get.
All right, so the next one is at 2 o'clock. That is, of course, 3 p.m. Eastern time. We're going to bring that to you if the signal is clear enough, but there is the potential that we will be waiting for the feedback like we just got, where they send it to us afterward once they are able to get a better signal. We've heard a few times from Chip Roy. We heard from him during that news conference, but our team out there was able to speak one-on-one with him right after to get some brief comments about all of this. I want to play those out for you as well.
All right. So tell us, obviously, devastating news here in Kerrville. This is something so unexpected, and I can't imagine you coming down here. So many lives lost. I wanted to get a little bit of clarification. Hey, do you want to hear about the clarification? We were talking about that. We were both trying to get clarification. Yeah. They talked about 27 fatalities, 18 adults, 9 children, and then the 27 are at Camp Mystic confirmed. What is that? Do you know what that is?
Well, I want to be careful about expressing facts because I'm going to rely on the locals to do that.
Okay.
But I do, you know, what they're basically saying is you've got the 18 adults, you've got the 9 children that are now known in public, right? Confirmed deceased. And then there's obviously a sizable block. I heard the county commissioner talk about, or the county manager, talk about, city manager, talk about the 27, I think, that were still missing. That was the number that I heard him say. But again, I'll let them deal with the numbers. What we know is there's a significant block of people still missing. We're very concerned. Operations right now to see if we can find any that are still surviving. And obviously there's you know, we're finding people who did not make it. So I'll let them talk about the numbers as it unfolds today.
Yeah, and that's the 27 from Camp Mystic that they know that they can pin to those.
That's right.
Which makes it devastating. These are children. We're talking about children at a camp just celebrating.
It's also counselors. It's also directors. It's people that, as I said, I get a little broken up thinking about the director who gave her life trying to save those kids. And you know, there's going to be others. There's going to be adults. There's people that were swept away in RV parks. It's just when you have a almost 30-foot rise in water, 26 to 30-foot rise in water in like an hour, and it happens at 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. when people are most asleep, most at home. That's hard. That is hard to manage in a place like this. And there's going to be a lot of questions about what could you do differently. It's like, okay, everybody go to camp on a hilltop. Well, no, I mean, you know, everybody have an emergency system. Okay, an emergency system at 4 o'clock in the morning because the water was more than they anticipated. Nobody was talking about that level of water, but we'll figure all that out later. Right now, the key is just focusing on seeing if we can find anyone else surviving. We had this great story that I told about up here before about one of my kids' schoolmates that was found and she was floating on a mattress for a couple hours in the middle of the night. So there are some heartwarming stories out of this, but obviously some devastation too.
Yeah, and so this is a time where how do you recover from something like this? The state obviously is using all the resources necessary, but it will take a while for this city to recover and for the state, for the most part, to recover. This has been a catastrophic nationwide event, and obviously the governor's using all of its resources.
Yeah, look, this is not the time to talk about recovery, meaning going forward. It's time to talk about recovering individuals, recovering anyone who's still surviving, recovering those who were deceased, allow some, closure for families to figure all this out. But going forward, we're resilient and we'll figure it out. We always do. And I'm deeply, deeply proud to represent this part of the state of Texas. I would say it's the best part of the best state of the best country in the history of the world. And, we'll manage through this. Right now it's tough. It's a tough day. Today's going to be a tough day. But we keep holding out hope that, we find some survivors and everyone's out there working hard trying to find them.
And this family or this friend that you knew whose daughter was on a mattress, tell me quickly about that.
Well, I have loose details, but I've got the information because we were looking for her and we were worried that she was missing, and we got word, I think it was late last night, but we got word that she had made it through and had survived by basically clinging to a mattress in the water, floating for a few hours in the middle of all of the deluge. I don't have details on the rescue, but she's alive and with her mom right now, and that's it's wonderful.
Camp?
She was at a camp, yeah, and I don't know which camp.
How old was she?
She might have been at Mystic, but I'm not sure. But yeah, third grader. Yeah. So.
How was she rescued?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't. But these are there's going to be some good stories out of this, and there's going to be some bad stories out of this, and we just got to be for everybody, pray for everybody, and be with the families who lost their loved ones.
All right. Anything else you want to add? I might have missed.
No, the only thing I'd say is, like I said before, it's a strong, coordinated effort led predominantly by the locals in the state with some Fed backup, but everybody's attuned to it. Like I said, I spoke to the president, the secretary yesterday. They're all on board to help in any way. You hear helicopters right now. There's a lot of things going on. So.
All right, that was a one-on-one interview between the Fox station there as well as Representative Chip Roy, who we've heard from just a few times as he is on the ground there as all of this does play out. Again, 27 confirmed deaths, 9 of them are children. That is according to the Kerr County Sheriff. Governor Abbott saying there is somewhere about 20 or more girls that are missing from that Christian summer camp in Hunt. And more than 800 rescues have been performed by first responders. It appears that all of those were uninjured, as they said they had also performed a handful of rescues on injured people, but more than 800 of those not including injuries. We do have this post on social media coming from Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, and it's actually a post that she shared from President Trump. It says the Trump administration is working with state and local officials on the ground in Texas in response to the tragic flooding that took place yesterday. Our Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, will be there shortly. Melania and I are praying for all the families impacted by this horrible tragedy. Our brave first responders are on site doing what they do best. God bless the families and God bless Texas. Again, we are expecting that Kristi Noem will arrive there. Not sure if she will be part of the media briefing that is expected to take place. That is 2 p.m. Central Time, 3 p.m. Eastern. We'll keep you updated right here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to sneak away here for our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, 12:53 on the East Coast, 9:53 on the West Coast. We'll be right back with more live news coming up in just a few.
You deserve the best. At Harbor Freight, you can afford it. We design our own tools with performance and durability in mind, and hire the best engineers to put them through their paces. These tools get tested for countless hours, and if they can't stand the test of time, they don't make it onto our shelves. Performance, durability, affordability. Only one place does it all. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Why don't you like us anymore? Why are you leaving us? Oh, we're so sad that you left us. You don't even know me, LL Bean. There are questions that I would say are Straight up homicide inducing.
Hot take. Nobody thinks your kid is as cute as you think your kid is.
I've had it with pictures of food.
I've had it.
Tis the month of July, and on Pluto TV, we're streaming your favorite Christmas movies for free.
Oh, I like that.
It's flannel, it's flurries, it's flirting on farms.
People go nuts for this.
Endless good-looking singles dripping with charm.
Maybe you need a little tandem practice.
Cozy up to your TV, tablet, or phone and revel in some streaming gifts of your own. Are you with me? Yes! So many Christmassy movies to see. All this month on Pluto TV.
Fun place, isn't it, Mama?
So dumb. There goes my appetite.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We are approaching the top of the hour here, 12:56 on the East Coast, 9:56 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I've been here for the past several hours to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news. Now, of course, we did get that statement from President Trump on Truth Social a short time ago, as he said that Kristi Noem is going to be heading over to the site of the flooding there in Kerr County, Texas. So it's possible that we are going to get a news conference with her later on today. We'll make sure to bring that to you in full as we do get it from our Fox affiliate in that area, if, of course, it does happen. We also know that Kerr County, Texas officials have said that their next news briefing will be 2 p.m. Central. That is 3 p.m. Eastern. So if we're able to get video of that, you can also watch that in full here on Live Now. In the meantime, we played for you a very small portion a bit earlier on this morning of President Trump as he was aboard Air Force One. He was asked a lot of questions about the flooding and other topics, including the Middle East. So I do want to play those out for you in full here. On the other side of that, Christina Evans will be in the hot seat with everything you need to know on this Saturday, July 5th. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Amazing little party at the White House for lots of people, but just a great 4th of July. We have some busy things to do tomorrow. We have a pretty busy period of time. The economy is doing great. The country is doing amazing. It's on the right track. In fact, right track, wrong track came out, I guess, the first time in 28 years that they said we're in the right track. I don't know why it was so long. But we're doing very well. Anybody have any questions? Oh, that's terrible. The floods? It's shocking. They don't know the answer yet as to how many people, but it looks like some young people have died. Any federal aid for them? Oh, yeah. Sure. We'll take care of it. We're working with the governor. We're working with the governor. It's a terrible thing. They said they gave me a positive response? Yes. Well, that's good. I mean, I've heard that, but they haven't briefed me on it yet. I think they're going to be positive about it. We have to get it over with. Hamas we have to get it over with. We have to do something about Gaza. We've been doing it. You know, we're sending a lot of aid, a lot of money and a lot of aid. Otherwise, you have people in big, big trouble. But, yeah, I think it's been very positive, a good response. Yes, please. I did. I signed some letters, and they'll go out on Monday, probably 12. 12 different amounts of money, different amounts of tariffs, and somewhat different statements.
Mr. President, which countries will receive those letters on Monday?
You'll be announced. I have to announce it on Monday. I can't do it.
Mr. President, what do you want to hear from Prime Minister Netanyahu on Monday in your meeting?
Well, we're going to have a meeting on Iran, obviously. You know, the success, that was a great success. And blown to pieces, the whole nuclear thing. I would say it's set back permanently. If they were going to do it again, they might as well start in a different location because that location is totally demolished. They could start But I would think they'd have to start in a different location. But if they did start, there'd be a problem. We wouldn't allow that to happen.
Mr. President, follow up. Mr. President, Iran has not agreed to inspections. Iran has not agreed to inspections. Iran has not agreed to give up their nuclear enrichment. Is the ceasefire premature?
Well, you're saying they haven't agreed. Let's see what it is. They want to meet with me, so if they haven't agreed, then we're not going to have a very successful meeting.
Mr. President, are you still optimistic about a Gaza deal next week?
There could be a Gaza deal next week, yeah.
How optimistic are you?
I'm very optimistic, but, you know, look, it changes from day to day. It's been changing for years. It changes. I came in, I inherited a very bad situation in many ways, and whether it's 25 million people coming in from prisons, jails, from mental institutions, from gangs, you know, it's, or that, or Gaza. You could say Gaza. You could say I inherited Iran. We did something about it. We've gotten a lot of hostages out, as you know, from Gaza, a lot. But unfortunately, you know, we came into that, we inherited that situation.
Mr. President, can you tell us about your call with Zelensky today?
Yeah, we had a good call. We talked about different things, and we had a very good call. I think a very, very strategic call.
Are there plans to partner with Ukraine on munitions?
Well, we've been helping them, and we'll continue to help them. It's a pretty tough situation. We'll see what happens. I told you I was very unhappy with my call with President Putin, and it just seems like he wants to go all the way and just keep killing people. No good. It's not good. I wasn't happy with it.
Mr. President, are there any updates on the negotiations of the TikTok deal?
Yeah, we're pretty much have a deal. Now we're going to go and ask, I think we're going to start Monday or Tuesday asking, talking to China, perhaps President Xi or one of his representatives. But we pretty much have a deal on TikTok.
And how confident
But
are
we
you
think we probably have to get it approved by China. Not definitely, but probably.
How confident are you that China will agree to that deal?
I'm not confident, but I think so. President Xi and I have a great relationship, and I think it's good for them. I think the deal is good for China, and it's good for us, and for us it's money. You know, we make a lot of money if the deal goes through.
Are you planning to visit President Xi? Are you planning to go even to
Well, I was asked to go there, yeah. He asked me if I'd go, and he would likewise come here.
that soon?
We get along very well. We always have gotten along well.
President, Iran has said that they want to go to the UN and have the UN force the United States to finish the damages that were done by the UN. What is your response to that?
You're going to have to say that again because you're being blurred out.
That Iran wants to have the UN force the US to pay for the damages that were done by the strike that the US did.
I think it's pretty ridiculous, yeah. I would say maybe very ridiculous. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, Putin has not agreed to a ceasefire. Do you think he's mocking you?
No, I don't think he is. I think he's worried about sanctions. I do think he's very worried about sanctions. And, you know, we're determining that the Senate, as you know, has put in big sanctions, very big sanctions.
Patriot missiles go into Ukraine?
Well, they need them for defense. I mean, I don't want to see people killed, and they're going to need them for defense. They're amazingly effective. You know, we knocked out 14 out of 14. That's pretty amazing. If you think of it, it's almost incredible. But we knocked out 14 out of 14, so they're going to need something because they're being hit pretty hard.
Are you going to send them, though? Are you going to send more?
Yeah, we might. We're looking at it.
On tariffs, Mr. President, why are they only coming into effect in August?
Well, I'd probably start them on August 1st. Well, that's pretty early, right? I mean, you know, because we're talking about, yeah, so when do you think they should come into effect? Sooner? I don't know how they could be sooner. We waited about a 90-day period. We probably had 90 days or so, and really much longer than that because we've been looking at this for years. We've been looking at it. I've been looking at it for a long time. I can tell you every single country, and I can tell you every single deficit that we have and they have. I've been looking at it for many years, frankly, and I think it's ridiculous that countries were able to get away with so much. I had a great call with the German chancellor. He's a strong guy, very good man, had a great victory. No, we did talk about it, though, and he feels, you know, they have to be protected. He's a strong guy and smart, very smart man.
Mr. President, are you confident that you'll be able to find an end to the fighting in Ukraine?
That's an interesting question. We have with India and with Pakistan and in Africa, as you know, with the Congo and Rwanda, Serbia, Kosovo, and so many others. We've found we've helped Egypt with, as you know, their next door neighbor, where the water is being taken from the Nile. We've helped a lot of countries. The Ukraine situation, that's a Biden deal. It's not a Trump deal. I'm trying to get it finished off, settled, and we'll see. I don't know. I can't tell you whether or not that's going to happen.
Is it a priority?
Yeah, I'd like to see it happen. I don't want to see 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 soldiers killed every week. And you have other people, but for the most part, so far it's been mostly soldiers, and they're Ukrainian soldiers, and they're also Russian soldiers. But it's 5,000 souls, and they're being killed every single week. So it's really higher than that now. Yeah, I do. I think I'll probably send out 10 or 12 letters.
Mr. President, in addition to the letters, do you think you'll be able to reach deals with the European Union or India?
I think the letters are better for us. I've said that all along, because you have hundreds of countries. You know, you have over 200 countries, and you can't sit down with 200 countries. I think the letters are better. I think a simple tariff is simpler than and better than sitting down and working 15 different things. You know, with the UK we did that, and it was great for both parties. With China we did that, and I think it's very good for both parties. We have India coming up, and with Vietnam we did it, but it's much easier to send a letter saying, listen, we know we have a certain deficit, or in some cases a surplus, but not too many. And this is what you're going to have to pay if you want to do business in the United States. And it's a tremendous amount of money that would be coming to us. It's really, by the way, it's a tremendous amount of money. You see the kind of money already. You know, we're taking in tariffs now on cars, usually about 25%. Every car that comes into the country is paying about 25%. Lumber, steel, aluminum. But for the most part, I'd say just a percentage of maybe 15, 20% of the ultimate tariff, which would be over the next few months. And, you know, we've taken in over $100 billion already.
Mr. President, your plan to let...
Pretty shocking. So much. And the other thing that's happening is many countries are moving into the country in order not to pay tariffs. So they're moving their factory here in order not to pay tariffs.
Mr. President, can you talk about your meeting with the Saudi defense minister at the White House?
Yeah, we had a great meeting. Great person. He was representing, and he had some statements from the king and from the crown prince. Great people. They congratulated us on the incredible attack on Iran. It was an attack on something that you can't have, the nuclear facility. It's been proven now that it's been totally obliterated. If they wanted to start, they couldn't start there. They'd have to start someplace else. But it was a congratulatory call in many ways. We talked about trade. We talked about missile defense. We talked about airplanes. They want to buy a lot of airplanes.
Why are you so much tougher on Iran than Russia?
No, I think I'm tougher on Russia than I am on Iran, actually. If you remember Nord Stream 2, you never heard that term until Trump came along, right? And, you know, I closed it, and that was the biggest economic development deal they've ever done. Then Biden opened it, but then it got closed. But Biden opened it. No, I think I'm tougher on Russia than I was on almost any other country.
Would you like to see Patrick Reed make the Ryder Cup?
Yeah, I think he's great. Patrick Reed, he's great.
Mr. President, have you threatened Putin with sanctions to him personally?
We talk about sanctions a lot, yeah.
What does he say?
I would say he's not thrilled with it, but, you know, he's been able to handle sanctions, but these are pretty biting sanctions. No, we talk about sanctions a lot. And he understands that it may be coming, and, he's a professional.
It may be coming.
Yeah, may be coming, sure.
Have you decided on what your next international trip might be?
With who? With what?
Have you decided on what your next international trip might be?
Yeah, it changes a lot. We get these emergencies. I'm putting out fires all over the place. Talking about my next international trip. We're putting out fires all over the place, and so it's, changing, but we're planning to go to Europe. We've been invited to Turkey. I've been invited, frankly, to every country. We had a tremendous success in NATO. As you know, they've agreed to put up more than $1 trillion. They took it from 2%, but they weren't paying 2%. They were paying less to 5% where they're paying. And that's a big deterrent. That was a great thing they did. I have a great relationship with almost all of the nations.
President, your plan to let farmers keep their workers that might not be in the country legally, would you do that for other industries like oilfield do?
Yeah, well, we're looking at that right now, and we're going to come out with a statement on it sometime next week. But we want to have, certain industries need help because we don't have enough people. And we're going to be coming out with a statement fairly soon. What we are doing is getting all the criminals out of our country. Thank you very much, everybody. I hope you had a good time, and it's been a great, I think it's been a great 4th of July. It's been a great, happy 4th of July, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, we were just listening into some of those comments that we just heard from President Trump as he was on board Air Force One. Also want to put up there on your screen as well. This is the latest Truth Social post that he put out just today, just about 20 minutes ago at this point, but we do want to read it out for you as well, saying, this July 4th weekend, I want to give a big thank you to the heroic ICE officers fighting every day to reclaim our sovereignty and freedom. One of the most exciting parts of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act is that it includes all of the funding and resources that ICE needs to be able to carry out the largest mass deportation operation in history. Our brave ICE officers who are under daily violent assault will finally have all the tools and support that they need. We will not let America become a third world country filled with crime, failing schools, collapsing hospitals, and total social dysfunction. It's called re-immigration, and it will make America great again. Wanted to bring you that update here on Live Now from Fox. And again, we're going to continue on covering some of today's top stories. And if you've been with us for the last few hours, I do want to thank my colleague Josh Breslow. He's with you, gathering you through and guiding you through some of those top stories that we're following. And we're still watching the devastation that is coming out of Texas. I want to put this live picture up on your screen there. As you can see, what we've been watching there in Kerrville, Texas, we know that rescuers are still searching today for more than 24 children from a girls' camp and many others who are still missing after a wall of water rushed down a river there in Texas Hill Country during a powerful storm that killed at least 27 people. This is all according to those local officials. And we also know among the dead are at least 9 children as well. We'll be diving into much more, checking in with our team there at Fox Weather to get the update that we have from the ground there in Texas. Stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox. We're going to slide away for our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour.
What a hotel.
Right? And only $250 a night for my favorite site. What?
You didn't check Trivago.
I got mine for $155. You have to check Trivago.
Oh yeah? Prove it.
On Trivago, you can compare hotel prices from multiple different sites.
Even your favorite one.
Look, same hotel, $100 less.
You didn't check Trivago.
I didn't check Trivago.
Check Trivago to compare prices and save up to 40%. Hotel? Trivago.
Do you think there's a chance that you and I could go someplace and laugh together?
I love that.
Makes you laugh so hard the beer comes out of your nose.
Life is funny.
Hilarity ensues.
So, if you're in the mood to laugh out loud, stream Cheers and Frasier.
Come on, you'd love these guys.
Return to the age of colossal beasts and watch the prehistoric world come roaring back to life.
We've got the biggest, baddest of all the T-Rexes that ever was. It is truly enormous.
Uncover your favorite documentaries on Dinos 24/7, streaming now.
I'm on a mission for what's left of the government, and I need your help. You're looking at the only human known to have survived being bitten by a zombie.
I suggest we run for it.
Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We are going to continue on with some of today's top stories, continuing to showcase this live vantage point that we have there in Texas. So much devastation has been happening there over the last day or so as rescuers are still searching for survivors after a wall of water has rushed down a river there in the Texas Hill Country during a powerful storm that has killed at least 27 people, according to some of those local officials. So we do know that this all happened in just about 45 minutes before dawn yesterday. The storm washed away homes and vehicles as well. And we all know that the danger was not over as these torrential rains continued pounding communities outside of San Antonio today. And flash flood warnings and watches still remain in effect now for parts of central Texas. So we do want to now check in with our partners there at Fox Weather. They have an update on this storm system that's impacting Texas, as well as tracking Tropical Storm Chantal. She's there in the Atlantic and now about to make landfall in South Carolina. Let's check in with our partners at Fox Weather.
The forecast through today, tomorrow, and into Monday as a result of all this rain coming through. A widespread 1 to 2 inches, a little bit less of a widespread 2 to 3 inches of rain, mainly where it makes landfall and then towards Florence. And then eventually, parts of Raleigh could get in on some of the heavier rainfall. Today, tomorrow, Monday, 1 or 2 out of 5 flash flood threats are expected right through those days. And we've got this 3-foot storm surge that is possible from Edisto Beach through Charleston, Georgetown, Myrtle Beach, and Southport. And keep in mind, not only are we going to be dealing with storm surge, but also whenever these tropical systems make their way on shore, they also kick up the rip current risk as well. Chantal impacts already being felt on the southeast coast this holiday weekend. Waves rocking the shore yesterday, and the stormy weather has picked up more since then. Folks along the Carolina coast are on alert for tropical downpours and gusty winds brewing from the system. Fox Weather storm specialist Mike Seidel is on the ground in Folly Beach, South Carolina, giving us a closer look.
The Carolina beaches are bracing from a direct hit from Tropical Storm Chantal. Landfall expected sometime Sunday morning, likely before sunrise and north of where we are at Folly Beach. But through the morning hours now, midday, we have seen the winds pick up, now gusting upwards of 20 to 25 miles an hour. And looking down the beach, you'll see the sand being blown by the wind. And notice the flag. We've got 2 colors, red and yellow. The surf is rough, it's dangerous, and we can take a look at what sunbathers and swimmers are doing alike out here in the surf. They are staying out of the deeper water. Most of them are not even over waist deep, and that's a good thing. That's a safe thing to do. We've got low tide now with high tide coming in, and it'll be high later on this afternoon. Let's bring in Noah Cahan, one of the lifeguards here at Wrightsville Beach, and you've been out on the beaches for a long time. How does this compare to a typical day? What's the real issue out here to keep these people safe?
Well, you see we have this impact from the tropical storm. This could potentially bring about more hazardous ocean conditions, so we ask people to stay within their limits. If you're not a confident swimmer, don't go in the water. If you get caught in a rip current, we ask that you swim parallel to the shore, just get out of it and try to stay calm.
Yeah, I've been in one of those, and I'm sure you have, and that water really pulls you out.
It does, it does.
And then what about the situation with trying to keep people in the shallower water?
If we see that someone's out too far and they're not looking good, we might go after them, or we'll whistle them to come on in so they could be a little safer.
And how's the season been so far?
It's been a great season. We've had a great group this year, and we've handled each emergency scenario as best as we could.
And you'll be out here tomorrow, even if it's cloudy and maybe showery. You
Rain or
keep it,
shine.
yeah, because the number one concern is people swimming after hours or on an unguarded beach. That seems like that's where we get our fatalities many times after, say, 6 or 7 p.m.
Right. So we staff our beaches with lifeguards from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. and then we have public safety here 24/7.
There you go. Everybody's going to be nice and safe. Hey, Nate, thanks for your time here on the 4th of July weekend. Good luck. Hopefully there's no issues out here except for the surf. Obviously, we can't change that. Meanwhile, we're going to be heading north this afternoon up towards the Myrtle Beach area and keeping you updated as we go with the latest on Tropical Storm Chantal. And live coverage back on the air from 4 to 8 p.m. Special coverage on Fox Weather, 4 to 8 p.m. Eastern, later on this afternoon. In Folly Beach, South Carolina, I'm Fox Weather meteorologist Mike Seidel.
All right, Mike, thank you, sir. Meanwhile, happening in Texas, look at this. This is from Kerrville, Texas. Heavy rain causing devastating flash floods in Texas Hill Country, killing, tragically, at least 27 people and leaving many others missing. That's according to the Kerr County Sheriff. At least 10 inches of rain pouring down late Thursday and Friday, causing flash flooding of the Guadalupe River. Police saying more than 230 people rescued so far, including more than 160 by helicopter. Among the missing are more than 20 girls from a summer camp, which is absolutely heartbreaking, and rescue operations are ongoing. Here's what's happening right now. We still have a couple of flash flood emergencies that we want to make you aware about. First of all, the one you're seeing that's blinking right now, going until 2 o'clock Central Time. So another couple of hours on this. The heaviest of the rain is out of that area, but the damage has already been done. The rain has fallen. The creeks, streams, rivers are up, and everything is at a catastrophic level. So keep that in mind. This is for Burnett, Travis, Williamson counties, going until 2 o'clock Central. And then most recently issued is this flash flood emergency for this area just north of New Braunfels. And again, whenever you hear flash flood emergency, that is a rare situation. That is not something that the National Weather Service issues every day. It's only for these types of events that really threaten life and property. So that should be taken very, very seriously. We've also got flash flood warnings, flash flood watches in the whole area, as everything being inundated by water to an absolutely epic level, as some spots saw inches of rainfall over a very, very short period of time. And as a result, the Guadalupe River couldn't handle it. It was just too much rainfall too quickly, and that really created these epic crests all along the river. So at Hunt, Texas, we saw the second highest crest on record, stopping short of about 29.5 feet. Unbelievable. All right, still to come this hour, Tropical Storm Chantal has formed off the southeast coast. The NHC says tropical storm warnings have been issued for portions of the Carolinas. Tropical storm conditions are expected in the affected area.
All right, we certainly appreciate that coverage that we have there from Fox Weather. Want to take you, though, to remind you that if you do and you would like to stream and see Fox Weather, you can. They're always on, always free. Just visit foxweather.tv. Right, we are going to take this time to slide away for a 2-minute commercial break. On the other side, we'll be diving into more of today's top stories. And really what we've been focusing on this week. We do know that there was a major signing of the Big Beautiful Bill yesterday. We'll be taking you out to see that if you missed it. Stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox.
This bomb to my falls off.
Party's here! Oh yeah! Guidos everywhere, hot girls, and house music.
It's like we beat up that beat. GTL, baby. Gym Tan Laundry. That's how they like make the Guidos.
We are here to blow this place apart. That's one big blur. I don't know how I'm alive.
Watch the Jersey Shore channel now on Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
Brenda is a CIA-trained interrogator with specialization. She is a closer.
If you try and run, I will charge with first-degree murder. Do I make myself clear?
Bomb, everybody out! Tell me your hands!
Someone is confessing.
Everything all right, Chief?
What do you think, Sergeant? You ever shaken someone so hard you broke their neck? That's what I thought.
How are we gonna play this guy, hard or soft?
Depends on how many flights of stairs we have to go up. Nash Bridges. This is my partner, Joe Dominguez.
Are we in the right place? I keep getting lost around here.
I need you alive, Eldon.
I need you dead.
Wow.
What'd I miss? I got my eye on you, Jake Quellen.
Hook me up with a treat.
I love it!
Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We do want to continue on with our coverage of some of today and this week's top stories, showcasing this live vantage point that we have there in Washington, D.C. So we do know it's been a major focal point of this week as U.S. President Donald Trump signed into law a massive package of tax and spending cuts at the White House. This was all during that outdoor ceremony on the 4th of July holiday that took place there with military jets flying overhead as well and hundreds of supporters in attendance. We do want to listen in and watch that moment as President Trump standing alongside his wife and First Lady Melania Trump there at the White House as they signed the big, beautiful bill into law.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States and First Lady Melania Trump.
Well, thank you very much, and that is some sight, especially after what happened just a week ago when you look at that big, beautiful plane, and the other ones were something. It was an incredible mission, and I think I can say very proudly, and I don't have to quote the polls, that our country is more proud right now than it's been in many, many years. We have pride, we have dignity, we have something that's happened miraculously so fast. You know that our military now is the most sought after job there's ever been, serving in our military. 1 year ago, people didn't want to join our military. They didn't want to join our police or firefighters. They didn't want to join anything having to do with our country. And now, as you probably know, the enlistment is at an all-time record. We're packed. We're full. And I just think that's so important because that was so sad 1 year ago when I heard those statistics. We had a different president, but nobody wanted to join, and now we're at a record. And I will say that I just left NATO, where we had a tremendous experience. They've agreed to put up over $1 trillion a year. They went from less than 2% to 5%, and nobody thought that was possible. And they told me very strongly, the leaders of a big part of the world, very respected people all, they told me that, 1 year ago, your country was dead, and now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. So that's the way it is, and that's the way we like it. And it's only going to get hotter. I promise you that.
After that spectacular display of American power, let me just say that God bless the United States military and God bless the USA. God bless the USA. And to all Americans, I want to wish you a very happy Independence Day, happy 4th of July. This is going to be something special. This spirit in this country, we haven't seen anything like it in many, many years and decades. Let me also express our gratitude to our magnificent First Lady. She worked very hard to make this all work. And we have a fireworks display about 9 o'clock tonight. I hope you're all going to be around and watch it. I know our congressmen and our senators who are standing right here, so many of them, they did such a great job. They're going to be here. I guarantee you, they're not leaving. They're not leaving. Thanks as well to the National Park Service, the USO, and countless friends and distinguished guests. We have so many people in the audience that have so much to do with the success of our country. We've, I think, had probably the most successful almost 6 months as a president and the presidency. I think they're saying it was the best 6 months, and I know for a fact they're saying the last 2 weeks there has never been anything like it as far as winning, winning, winning. So as you know, 2 weeks ago, our incredible Air Force pilots conducted one of the most successful military strikes in all of history, Operation Midnight Hammer, and that's exactly what it was. It was a hammer. This evening, we're honored to be joined by 150 airmen and their families from Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri, home of the B-2 bomber. And we've kept them a little bit on guard. We kept them a little bit, let's be a little bit quiet about it. But if you want to raise your hand very quickly, raise your hand, because you people are just incredible. They don't want to be in disguise. You know, they say, we don't have to do that. They're looking at us like we're a bunch of babies. We don't have to be in disguise. We saw all those hands go up. Thank you very much. We owe you everything. Great job, incredible, just a flawless, one of the most flawless military campaigns in the history of our country. If you remember years ago, they had helicopters crashing into each other. It was a disaster, the hostages in Iran. And we had just the opposite. We didn't have any crashes. We didn't lose any planes. We didn't lose anybody. Those beautiful planes that you saw were totally stealth. They flew right over the center of a very hostile country. And they never even saw it coming. And then they said, skedaddle. They dropped the bombs. They said, skedaddle. And that big sucker turned over like this on its side, and it got out of there. Well, I'll tell you what, how they do that, but they can do it. I asked our great General Kane, how do they do that? Do they really love doing that? Look at them, they're all laughing. And they said, do they really like doing it, sir? They can't wait. Better you than me. That's all I can say. It was a flawless mission. Every single bomb hit, and it was total obliteration, total obliteration. Now, even the fake news is admitting that. They hated to admit it, but they had no choice. That was an incredible thing, and these heroic pilots showed our enemies what it means to fly, fight, and win. To every service member who supported that mission, and we have many of them here. We've made we've made you proud by supporting, but you've made us even prouder by having the courage to get in those gorgeous machines and fly through the roughest airspace anywhere in the world. And we salute you and we honor you. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you. And we're also honored and delighted to be joined by hundreds of service members and military families. Those families are the best we have, from all across the U.S. Armed Forces, Army, Navy, Air Force, Space Force. I love the Space Force. You know why? Because we're the ones that did it. It's turned out to be a very invaluable force, actually. The Coast Guard and the Marines are incredible people. On behalf of our entire nation, this 4th of July, we thank you for keeping America safe, strong, sovereign, and free. Thank you very much for being here. Great honor. And stick around for the fireworks. And our country's had so much to celebrate this Independence Day. As we enter our 249th year, America is winning, winning, winning like never before. We're not, I'll tell you, we're in a category now that's where we've wanted to be for a long time. We suffered with 4 horrible years of embarrassment. Afghanistan, maybe the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. We're never going to let a thing like that happen again. Trillions of dollars are pouring into the United States for investment purposes. Almost $15 trillion. There's never been anything like it. There's never been anything even close. The stock market's at an all-time high. Jobs are at an all-time high. Everything's at an all-time high. And we're going to keep it that way. We have the greatest country in the world, and we're back. We're back like nobody thought possible this quickly. I thought it would take maybe a year, maybe 2 years, maybe even 3. And we did it in less than 6 months. So we are back and strong. We've restored American strength and deterrence on the world stage. We're respected again. The world is respecting us again. When we did NATO, those leaders came up to me and they said, you know what, we're going to go to a new level of spending because you're requesting it, sir. They didn't talk to you last president like that, I can tell you. They didn't spend any money. They didn't spend anything. In a few moments, we're going to make official the greatest victory yet when I signed the one big, beautiful bill. And before I start, I want to tell you that I've never seen people so happy in our country because of that. Because so many different groups of people are being taken care of, the military and civilians of all types, jobs of all types. We're adding things like the biggest tax cut in the history of our country, child tax credits. So many things are being added that we wouldn't even have time to discuss them. When we were doing it, John Thune and Mike Johnson right there, I see Mike, what a job they've done. What a job they've done. But you know, it was supposed to be in 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7 different bills. And I was on one of the fake news shows and I said, let's do it in one beautiful, big, we want one big, beautiful bill. I said that to this newscaster, and I think a lot of the congressmen and senators were watching, and they said, let's name the bill that, the one big, beautiful bill. And that's what we did. And what we've done is put everything into one bill. It's never happened before. It's the biggest bill of its type in history. We've never had anything like that before. Nothing like that they thought would be possible to get passed. And actually, I liked it because we had so much in there that no matter who you are, there was something in that bill that would make your congressman or your senator or your congresswoman, much more importantly, raise their hand and support, right, Lisa? So that was something, and it was really something special. So the American people gave us a historic mandate in November. We won everything. We won the swing states, all 7 swing states. We won every one. That rarely happens. We won the popular vote. We won the districts, 2,750 to 505. That's why when you look at a map, it's all red, a little blue on each end, but it's all red. And by the way, red means Republican, just in case. But we made promises, and it's really promises made, promises kept, and we've kept them. This is a triumph of democracy on the birthday of democracy, and I have to say that the people are happy. They're happy. And I listened to a broadcast, and I read a couple of articles. They have the Democrats, they should have voted for it. They didn't vote for tax cuts. They didn't vote for taking care of people. They didn't vote, not one vote, and we knew that because their hatred of either the country or me or both is so great. They didn't vote at all, and it's terrible. But I just have to say, they have a routine. It's terrible, they say. Terrible, terrible. You saw that guy standing up for hours yesterday. He didn't know what he was even doing there. I say, when's he sitting down? He had a towel. He's wiping his face. That's not too elegant. But what is he? I said, what is he doing for so long? And he couldn't criticize the bill. He was criticizing everyone else and everything else. So they've developed, and this is according to the news media, They've developed a standard line, and we can't let them get away with it. Oh, it's dangerous. Oh, everybody's going to die. It's actually just the opposite. Everybody's going to live. This is just the opposite. And I just want you to know, if you see anything negative put out by Democrats, it's all a con job. And they said, and they compared it to, just like the con job of Russia, 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 and all of the other things they did. The 51 intelligence agents said, and the laptop from hell, it came from Russia, they said. No, it didn't come. A lot of things come from Russia. That didn't come from Russia. And it was all proven out to be a fake job, and that's what they're doing with this. So we just have to look forward, fellas, look forward and just say what it is, because it's the most popular bill ever signed in the history of our country. Whether you're military or anybody else, this is the most popular bill ever signed. And it includes the largest tax cut in American history, the largest spending cut, $1.7 trillion, and yet you won't even notice it. Just waste, fraud, and abuse in American history. So you have the biggest tax cut, the biggest spending cut, the largest border security investment in American history. We want to have strong borders, and the only thing is we want to have great elections, too. You need strong borders and elections, and my people have promised me that we're going to go into elections, and we're going to make sure they're not rigged, that they're not sullied. We're going to make sure that the elections are going to be fair. You need two things. You need strong borders, and you need fair elections. Now, we're going to make sure on the elections also, and our armed forces are one of the most vital military modernizations of all time. It will take place. So we rebuilt our military in our first term, and now we're going to modernize and remodernize our military, including building a great golden dome all over our land, so that if they get nasty with us, it's going to be knocked down. It's going to make any of the golden domes, they call them the Iron Domes, we're calling ours the Golden Dome, because we did the Iron Domes, and we do sort of everything, if you want to know the truth, but this blows it away. We're going to keep you safe. I want to thank every member of the House and Senate who worked to get this bill on my desk, and many of them are here, and I'm not going to mention all their names because we'll be standing here, but I have to mention a few. And especially I want to thank Vice President J.D. Vance, who's been fantastic, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who's been incredible. We have somebody that it was a passion. I think he actually loved it. It wasn't easy, but he loved it. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, who's right here. Speaker, thank you very much. What a job, and he worked so closely with the Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, who's a fantastic guy. And those two are a team that is not going to be beat. When you look at them and you look at their counterparts on the other side, it's not even close. I want to thank both of you people for doing an incredible job. Thank you very much, John and Mike. House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, a brave man. Steve, you know, he suffered a tragedy a number of years ago. I was at his hospital bedside that night with Melania, with our First Lady, and he had no chance. The doctor said he has very little chance, and you look better today than you did then. You didn't look particularly good that night, I will say. But I learned one thing. His beautiful wife loved him. She was a disaster, right? I told him, I said, Steve, I can only tell you one thing. I was with your family, and I was with your wife, and your wife was devastated. She loves you. I've seen a lot of wives that, they don't seem to be so concerned in those situations.
All right, as you see there, listening into President Trump as he's getting ready to sign the big, beautiful bill. He made these remarks yesterday on July 4th. We'll continue to listen in here after we slide away for this quick 2-minute commercial break. Stay right here with us.
You deserve the best. At Harbor Freight, you can afford it. Performance, durability, affordability. Only one place does it all. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Why don't you like us anymore? Why are you leaving us? Oh, we're so sad that you left us. You don't even know me, LL Bean. There are questions that I would say are straight up homicide inducing.
Hot take. Nobody thinks your kid is as cute as you think your kid is.
I've had it with pictures of food.
I've had it.
I believe any dog can become a wonderful companion with the right combination of exercise, discipline, and affection.
I am the dog whisperer.
Fun place, isn't it, Mama?
So dumb. Just spit it out.
When's the last time you saw a family smarter than this one?
Last time I watched the Flintstones.
We had a drop go bad.
Every episode.
We're in.
On demand. Without a trace. Watch it anytime on demand on Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never.
Welcome back in here live now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We do want to continue on as we were just listening into President Trump make those remarks as he prepared to sign the big, beautiful bill into law on July 4th. Let's listen back in.
Steve, I can only tell you one thing. I was with your family and I was with your wife, and your wife was devastated. She loves you. I've seen a lot of wives that, they don't seem to be so concerned in those situations. That's the kind of wife you don't want. But you have a great, beautiful wife who was really there, and you really have done. You're a very brave guy, and Mike and John and everybody that's standing with you knows it. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. House Majority Whip, this is a guy who's great. When I have a problem, I call him up, and he gets it done. He's a tough cookie. I don't know why he's not the governor of Minnesota. He comes from Minnesota. He's like, look, he goes, no, I don't want to run for governor. You know, come to think of it, I think that's a good idea. You would win so easily. The guy is terrible. You would win. You just have to take a look at that handsome face of yours, and you'd win. Tom Emmer, everybody. He did a great job. I think you should consider that, although we don't want to lose him, do we? We don't want to lose. Say we are. I think say we are. What a job you did. And Senate Majority Whip John Barrasso, who's incredible. Senate Finance Chairman Mike Crapo. Thank you, Mike. What a job. What a job. He knows that tax stuff. Him and Jason, they really know their stuff. Senate Budget Committee Chairman Lindsey Graham. What a good man he is. I see a poll. He's running, and I see a poll. He's 24 points up. That's not bad, Lindsey. That's not bad. 24 points up in the great state of South Carolina. House Ways and Means Chairman Jason Smith. What a job. Thank you, Jason. Thank you. These people are great. These are great patriots. I have to call them out. House Budget Committee Chairman Jody Arrington. Jody, thank you very much. Jody has been good right from the beginning, and so many others, and they're all here, and they fully understand. They'll never speak to me again, but that's okay. It is what it is, but I just want to thank everybody. A lot of senators here, a lot of congressmen and women here. Lisa, thank you very much, by the way. I have to thank you. Thank you very much. You've been fantastic. So this bill will fuel massive economic growth and lift up the hardworking citizens who make this country run. The factory workers, farmers, mechanics, waiters, waitresses, police officers, firefighters, coal miners. Coal is back. Beautiful. I said you can't use the word coal unless you precede it by saying clean, beautiful coal. But China's right now building 68 coal generating plants, and we're putting up wind. It doesn't work, I will tell you. Aside from ruining our fields and our valleys and killing all the birds and being very weak and very expensive, all made in China. I noticed something, that with all of the windmills that China sends us, where we waste our money because it's the most expensive energy, I see that, they make about 95% of them, the wind turbines. I have never seen a wind farm in China. Why is that? Somebody check that out. Tom Emmer, would you please check that out? but all the coal miners we love and the truck drivers. In this act, we have officially made the Trump tax cuts permanent. That's the largest tax cut in the history of our country, added to substantial other cuts, which is you're going to see like a rocket ship. You know, we're setting all sorts of economic records right now, and that's before this kicks in. After this kicks in, our country is going to be a rocket ship economically, and we've delivered no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And that's why when you hear things like that, this is the most
That is the red, white, and blue. They are still on their path to redemption after missing the podium 2 years ago at the last U19. But they have been dominant, to say the least. In the round of 16, they took care of business against Jordan, 140-67. But in the quarterfinals, they met their biggest challenge in the entire tournament. A heart-stopping, oxygen-needing victory over their neighbors north of the border, Canada, with a final score of 108-102. It is a huge game for both of these teams, because if USA wins, they will go to the podium no matter what. They are playing for glory. They are playing to get back to the top of the under-19 mountain. For New Zealand, this is more than pride. This is for their countries. Well indicated by the 16 teams that made it to the final bracket. But it means a whole lot more for those who claim to be the Kiwis. This is one of the best rosters you have seen from who they call the Tall Ferns as well. Both of these teams were first in group competition. New Zealand first in Group A with a 2-1 record. USA undefeated in Group D play at 3-0. USA has been ran with great players. Mikel Brown Jr. averages 16.2 points per game. AJ DeBonza, who's been dynamite in the U19s with nearly 16 points a game. He had a tournament high of 22 points in the win against Canada. Koa Pete, their captain. Listen to these numbers. Nearly 14 points, 7 rebounds per game, while shooting 51% from the field. A handful of these players on both teams have experience in last year's U17 Basketball World Cup when it was in Turkey. New Zealand barely missed the podium when they lost to Turkey for bronze. Team USA, they were at the top of the U19 mountain winning the gold. And most of these players want to make it 2 in a row for the United States, where New Zealand is all about getting to the podium and showing who is boss. We'll have the starting lineups in a few moments, but first we'll step aside for a break and the playing of both national anthems. This is Aaron Sanders, and you're watching the semifinal matchup between New Zealand and USA on the FIBA U19 Basketball World Cup on the FIBA YouTube channel. A huge task for Matt Lacey and company. The New Zealand team making their first ever trip to the semifinals. Team USA, no stranger to this field at all, but it's been a few years since they've made the podium. And that's what everyone's playing for, the U19 championship. Your officiating crew for today: from Poland, you got Wojciech Liszka; from Colombia, Carlos Velez Lodondo; and from Canada, Wassine Hosseini. And in just a moment, we will see one of the best displays of respect. That is the hop. It doesn't matter what level of play it's in. The haka is one of the best traditions in the world. And you've just seen that. As we approach the end of the FIBA U19 Basketball World Cup, we want to hear from you who you think should take home the tournament MVP. We got our poll on the official website, and you can head over there for the live stats, schedule, standings, news, highlights, and more. We also welcome those who are part of the YouTube membership. We have plenty of tiers from rookie to MVP. And we also have our Q&A session on the FIBA Discord server. I am a part of that, along with the commentators you have heard in the last week and change. So if you have a chance, why don't you ask me and our FIBA experts any and all questions about the U19 World Cup. All you have to do to gain access to it is subscribe to any of our YouTube membership tiers. And throughout the game, like you have seen in tournament play in the last few nights, thanks to Genius Sports, we have our augmented reality assets, which will let you know what kind of shot these players have been taking, the difficulty of the shots, how long they have shot they're shooting it from, and more. And in the meantime, one of these teams will go to the final tomorrow. We already know one half of the story, and that is Germany on an incredible run for themselves as they defeated Slovenia in a rematch of group play earlier today. There were 5 players in double digits in the Germany victory. Hannes Steinbach, a double-double, 16 boards and 14 points. Who will be the player of the game tonight? The opening tip will be performed by Morris Johnson Jr. for USA and Julius Halafanua, one of the top players for New Zealand. From Lausanne, it is showtime, and the opening tip is controlled by New Zealand. New Zealand 2-1. Julius Halafanua gets things underway as New Zealand leads 2-0, and the tie is at it again. Nice outlet feed underneath as Morris Johnson Jr. answers the call. Lickety split is Johnson on the rejection. Your starting 5 for Team USA: Koa Pete, AJ DeBonza, Jordan Smith Jr., And Morez Johnson taking time on that. DeBonza, one of the starting fives, along with Mikel Brown Jr. Jones, Ball, Isaac, Halafanua, part of the starting roster for New Zealand. 9 on the 24. Halafanua looking to go 2 for 2, but misses. DeBonza, little hesitation, teardrop, up and in. He had his tournament high of 22 points in the huge win against Canada yesterday. Jackson Ball early in trouble as he tries to kick it out to the corner, but Oscar Goodman wasn't ready for that. Goodman ended up with 13 points and 13 rebounds in the win against Switzerland in the quarterfinal last night. 44% shooter overall. Team USA, best team in points per game at close to 115. The highest win in terms of points was against Jordan in the round of 16 at 140. DeBonza, he goes 2 for 2. AJ DeBonza, the Brockton, Massachusetts native. He had a foul in the backcourt with 8:17 to go in the opening period. Tama Isaac immediately met by the double team. Now, Tama did not have a good game against Switzerland yesterday, usually averaging 13 points per game. He only had 8, and he got into early foul trouble. We'll see if that changes. Jackson Ball, straight up balling in the tournament, but misses his first triple of the day. Koa Pete, the captain, on the board. Here is Mikel Brown Jr. getting on the scoreboard to make it 9-2. And that full court pressure becoming a nuisance for New Zealand. Hayden Jones misses from outside. Goodman on the follow. If New Zealand could break that full court pressure in less than 8 seconds, then they could make this a close ball game. Morris Johnson unable to get it. Koa Pete doesn't get it down either. Third chance. This time it's collected by DeBonza. Mikel Brown Jr. fall away 3. That's short. And it's picked up again by Jordan Smith Jr. This is the 5th opportunity for USA on this trip. Shot clock now reads 7. On the bounce pass to Pete. Pete in the lane, fades away, doesn't get it. Goodman on the board, and he was looking for Ball, but he had his back turned. And those turnovers could pile up if you're not careful. Brown Jr. crosses it over to DeBonza. New Zealand gets it back off an offensive foul. Earlier today, many of you participated in our Game Predictor app, and of 95% of you said Team USA will prevail and march on to the final against Germany. We've seen a lot of teams perform a lot of upsets earlier. Jackson Ball on the pull-up, doesn't get that one to fall. That is the 6th rebound from the States as Mikel Brown Jr. gets another one. Koa Pete in traffic, yes, it counts. And Koa Pete just driving on the baseline on the left side and taking the contact as best as he can. Goodman heads to the bench along with Lachlan Crate. Pete at the line in the tournament, 62%. Here's the and one, and that's good to make it 12-4 early on. USA has to be careful in the foul trouble. They have 2 team fouls. In the meantime, Jackson Ball putting the moves on Pete. Kicks it back out to Jones. Jones, he ended up with his tournament high of 23 points in the win against the Swiss last night. Halafanua in trouble and can't put the clamps down on the rock. New Zealand currently 2 of 9 in shooting. The States 4 of 7 for a total of 57. Team USA broke a handful of records a couple of days ago. And ball deflected, picked up by Ball. It's 2-on-2, now it's a 3-on-2 for New Zealand. Jones on the feed to Isaac, and he gets his first 2. His tournament high is 18 points, in which he accomplished twice. DeBonza in the lane. The rebound pulled